Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup. The Sparkling Tuna Cup number 136, the very first tournament being held on the new version of the game. Papi, here we go. We're live. I'm of course host VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players and by the people in chat as well. Welcome one and all. Again, for those that are maybe a little bit out of the loop, the PTR version 2 came out a couple of days ago, and bam, less than 24 hours ago, the new version of the PTR was pushed into the live version of the game. The live version has now been updated, and we are the first tournament to showcase said live version of StarCraft 2. Oh boy. And of course, very controversial as well. We've already been speaking on it. For those that are maybe a little bit unfamiliar, we were of course covering the GSL CK over the weekend, which was in the latest iteration of the PTR, and we did see some of the issues that were being brought up as a result of that. Of course, very controversially, the patch has been pushed live with very little time. Has been pushed live with very little time to iterate, as go over some of the changes to maybe get some feedback and adjust. Instead, like, was it 2-3 days later, bam, you know, live with the new version of the game, live with the patch, and oh boy, there's a lot to get into, here, and a lot to discuss. We have our first series of the broadcast jumping into a PvZ between Geralt and young Yakov. Let's go. Let us go. Now, what I will say is that I'm most interested in, and exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. The reactor's live, the reactor's stacked. There's a lot of really good matches going on at the moment. What I'm most curious about here coming into the live version of the game is seeing the larva change. Because if you remember, there was a shadow patch actually. There was a shadow patch that hit the PTR that did adjust the larva spawn rate even further. Initially, it was brought down to 9 seconds. Then it was brought back up to 9.5. Same. But again, so there was a shadow drop, there was a shadow patch to the PTR, and because of that, we actually didn't really get to experience the new larva change as much. Basically, they pulled back on the larva change a little bit, but we'll see if it's enough or not. We'll discuss. For now, though, spawning in the bottom hand corner of a Blackrock, we have the Polish Protoss player, we have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, we have the blue Zerg representing Stony Balls. It is young Yakov. You're going for, I believe, a 10 pool. Let's go. Let us go. We do have the early pool timing here on True. Again, a lot of changes have been made in regards to queen cost, hatchery cost, nexus supply as well, compared to the PTR version. What I will say about the current version of the game is that it is different, and testing has not been done on it, which is, I guess, why it's important for us to run events like this, to host these tournaments, to cover as much as we can, to see what works and what doesn't quite work either. Personally, I do believe that there should be like an update patch, but in my opinion, like, if we do get an update to the game, it's going to be messing with numbers. It won't be anything major. Like, bear that in mind. Like, there is like a sect of people that are like, oh, you know, because they pushed it live, I gotta get rid of that. That was over the weekend, not GSLCK. But there's a group of people that were like, oh no, like, you know, everything that happens, or them pushing it live means that there's gonna be more testing, which means they can make more changes. Yeah, just Yakov realizing that it's 175 minerals, not 150 for the queen. True. Again, they're still playing with this for the first time, so they're finding it out the hard way. Lings and moving across the map. We do see Geralt already has a wall off set up, but ooh, the Zealot does pull back. It almost gets surrounded though. You're almost surrounded, does pull away in time, avoids the surround, and with that, Geralt should hold. He should be able to hold on here. The boys are being pulled to make sure there's no surround to support the Zealots. And with that, Geralt, he should maintain himself. But yeah, I was mentioning that there's a group of people that are like, oh, you know, it means that there's going to be more testing done and then more updates can be made. That's some crazy copium, if you ask. More than anything, I do believe that there might be like an amendment patch that might like adjust the larva spawn rate, or might adjust the cost for warping in warp gates, or might adjust like mineral costs or supply being given by bases, or mineral costs as well for certain things. I can see some numbers being tweaked, but I don't really see any bug fixes as well. But outside of bug fixes and numbers being tweaked, like, I feel like we're kind of locked in when it comes to, say, the worker count in general, and the larva spawn rates, that being adjusted and things of that nature. I feel like we're kind of locked in when it comes to those changes, those ideas. But here we go. Regardless, the Lings are deflected. Geralt, he does defend behind this, building up on 2 bases, claiming his own natural, and now the game will continue. Despite the hyper-aggression early on here by young Yakov, was not able to achieve too much. And before I forget, of course, it is Gambit time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Once again, do apologize for a bit of a chaotic start to the game, but there's a lot to get into. Okay. In-game portions are messed up. Yeah, there's a bunch of I should say bugs in the game currently, and again, we do expect those bugs to be fixed in the next couple of days, for sure. But it is currently a little bit, it's currently very messy, very messy. As it upside, do pick in. Okay, they pull away. They do threaten to die. Behind this, going for a Twilight Council opener here from the side of Geralt. But we're leaning a little bit more towards Glaives here, but we could see early blink. Eyes are on Geralt to see what upgrade of choice we go into. Oh, so far, 1 drone gets picked up. Zell gets into the mineral line. Not bad. Getting up to 2 drone kills. Can we get 3? We can. 3 drones go down, and that's they shade away. I say shade away, they shade into the main. Ooh, and Yakov is being pulled apart here. 4 drone kills. A very rough start, considering that young Yakov went for an early pull timing. Remember, Yakov's hatchery was late this game. It was a late hatchery, late drones, late saturation, and now he's punished even harder by the adept counterattack. 4 drone kills, a very strong start here for Geralt. Behind this, going into Blink, that's our take of choice, into a Forge. Interesting. The Forge tells us that most likely this is not going to be a 2-based all-in. Without the Forge, then we can go for a gateway explosion and commit with 4 gateways, for example, 4 gate blink. With the Forge, +1 is on the horizon. This tells us we're going for a later timing, and looks like Geralt, he will expand with a very unusual build. Meanwhile, let FC go back in. They go back in, they throw in the mineral line. So far, the nice mining, and Geralt, he will be able to pull away. Yeah, it does pull away. Third base is now being taken, and I will try to fix up our player name. Un momento. Young Yakov, just to make it clear who's playing, for those that can't quite see the Twitch title. Beautiful. Now though, we're calming things down. We also didn't really get to talk about the map itself and the map pool. Again, so much happened at once. It was just a massive update to the game when it comes to the patch itself, when it comes to the map pool as well. The TLMC map pool is now live in the game. Blackrock, of course, is a more aggressive map. When it comes to our testing on TLMC maps, which was now a month ago at this point, we did take note, of course, that some of these bases were much more difficult to defend. Specifically, the 3rd and 4th bases are much more open and exposed. We do have some towers that you can knock down to wall this area off, and there are some choke points to take advantage of. If you recall, based off of feedback, some changes were made in regards to how small this gap is in the middle, and also to the location of the tall grass. Previously it was further forward, now it's pushed further back instead, to allow for a bit of a stronger defensive setup here, just because it was so difficult to defend on 3 and 4 bases. So a lot of iteration was done on the maps, at least. True. Behind this, Roach Horn gets thrown down. We're getting into a Roach Heavy style from the side of young Yakov. Meanwhile, across the map, +1 is almost complete. Getting into extra gateways, into a bit of a gateway explosion. Now remember, when it comes to the warp gate mechanic here, warp-ins are no longer slower. It means with single pylons can still warp in very, very quickly across the map to reinforce, to commit to mass gateway aggression. On top of that, warping in gateways is now half the cost that it once was. Before it was 50-50, now it's 25-25 in terms of morphing in said warp gates. So now it's much more accessible to go into this heavier gateway count, and we do see how many gateways in total so far, getting up to 8. Getting up to 8 gates here from Geralt. Hyper aggression, and there is that reinforcing pylon. Remember, you don't need a gateway anymore. True, you don't need a gateway. So Geralt, he's committing here. Does commit so far, trading well. Picks up a couple of Zerglings. Roaches are amassing. Thankfully, due to the Roach opener here, young Yakov should be okay. If he had gone into Ling Hydra, it might be a more difficult defense, but going into Roaches is solid. Meanwhile, Geralt, he gets in once again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drones. Oh my god. 5 drone kills. Does force a spore as well, so nice damage nonetheless in the main base. Very strong follow-up here by Geralt. He picks up another worker. 7 drone kills, but he cannot break the main army. As we were trying to emphasize, Yakov chose to go for a safer mid-game and a stronger mid-game going into a roach-heavy style. There's a bit of a pro and con here. On the one hand, it's very safe, it keeps you alive, it shuts down the Stalker aggression. On the other hand, taking up from here in towards Hydras and towards anything greater is going to be much more difficult. We're committed with Ling Roach Ravager, with Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Nice force fields. Yeah, very nice force fields here. Geralt does catch out a couple of roaches. Geralt knocked down the rocks. They're being opened up. Behind this, we have 18 more Lings on the way. They're flooding across the map. We have the Bane that's just about to finish as well. And again, we do see young Yakov. We should be committing here, looking for some damage for making all this army. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can. Peels up here on the right-hand side. Geralt turns her back around to defend. Behind this, taking up towards Storm, Dark Templar, splash damage. Geralt is taking up nicely. At the same time, we do see Yakov pushing through the left-hand side, and Geralt is out of position. Uh-oh. Yeah, Geralt is out of position. Ling Roach moving in. Oh, we have DTs to the... Okay, DTs to defend. No detection, by the way. Very nice. Yeah, Geralt, he holds on with minimal weapons as well. True, true. I like the idea here. The idea of going into DTs just to be more defensive in such a way, in such a manner. Zealots get across the map. They shut down one of the queens. That was 9 probe kills though. That was a lot of damage here at the third. The pressure's now on Geralt. He's pushing through the center. Right hand side, no spore. Uh-oh. Yeah, no spore in position. DT's getting free damage. Overseer's now moving in. We could even try to dive on the Overseer, but yeah, Stalkers, they pull away. Stalkers, they pull away. DT's getting caught out. This time we have detection. But that is still 8 drone kills as DTs, they hit the left-hand side. Once again, no detection here at the third. And Yakov's being torn apart. He's being torn apart. Ay, ay, ay. Losing so many drones this game to Adepts, to Dark Templar, to Zealot Rumbites as well. This should not kill the hatchery. A little bit ambitious there from Geralt. Oh, but the Stalkers might snipe. Yeah, they can't move in. Yeah, they cannot get close. Geralt getting greedy here. Yeah, getting a little bit too greedy, losing, what, 2-3 Stalkers, overextension at a Geralt at the same time. Another Zealot on the left-hand side. Remember, these are fast warpins due to the pylon. Yeah, warpins are faster. Aggression here is faster as well. When it comes to the new live version and in the PTR version of the game, it is important to have map control and to look for pylons like this, because these pylons are so much more threatening and so much more difficult to scout. And again, Yakov having a harder time. Catching at a roach. Yeah, takes on a roach. Likewise. Oh! And more roaches getting picked up here. So far, efficient trades out of Geralt. There is an opening here on the right-hand side, but Geralt, he's a little bit late to respond. Can he snipe the expansion? He can! He can get it! Pulls away with his main army. Meanwhile, the harassing force moves in, and the hatchery will go down. Very nice harass here by Geralt. Pylon finally gets found, but again, the MVP pylon did pay for itself, and it may even be saved. Yeah, it's going to be saved as well. Saves the pylon. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, we're going into mutas? Oh, God. Muta tech here won't really work too well when it comes to defensive play. Can harass, and Geralt, he's forced back home. He's aware of the mutas. He's racing back home to defend, throwing down cannons, shield batteries, double Stargate as a response, going into mass Phoenix production. Again, mutas will force Geralt back just because they're going to be threatening roundbys and, flybys into the mineral lines. That is true. But at the same time, Yakov, he's taken so many losses here. 66 drones against the 80 workers of Geralt. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, Muta's getting called out. Losing one. Losing one Mutalist already. And Yakov is trying to drone. He's trying to recover here. These Mutas do have a lot of potential, but because they got scattered, now there's less of a chance for them to actually find any damage. Oof. As Mutas, they try to find their way in. Into the main. Phoenixes, they're going to be able to respond. And reactive warping as well. Stalker's in position. So far, so good. Oof. Catching at 1, 2, 3 Stalkers. A very nice pickup for the mutas. Bearing in mind that mutas, when it comes to the targeting, has been buffed. And does work a little bit differently. Oh. As mutas now, they have priority targeting when it comes to their glaives. And I want to say we did actually see that come into play there in that first little engagement. But outside of that, the mutas, they still have not done enough damage. Oh god, the mutas are so softened up. So many deep in the red. Gotta be careful. It is a large flock, 26 mutas. But again, they're very low. Oh, the Moopies on the low ground. Oh no! Oh, catching a 1-2. Geralt, he's late to respond. Yeah, late reactions. The Moopies, are they dancing with? Hold on. Are we gonna get sued by Blizzard? Like what? Look at this! They got rid of the grunts. What? What happened? They got rid of the Warcraft 3 grunts. The hell? they got rid of them. Oh my god, massive connections. Bailey's a roll in, they shut down the base. Once again, Geralt out of position. Yeah, he's out of position, the base is gonna go down. Phoenix is at left idle. Massive pickups here, catching every single Phoenix. Miscontrol at a Geralt. You can see that Geralt, his main army is stronger, but again, just completely out of position. But for those that maybe weren't here during the testing phase, and we did cast a lot of StarCraft, as you can see here, these are this map is Warcraft 3 inspired or Warcraft inspired. These are, you know, Orc watchtowers, and these were supposed to be Orcs. There was supposed to be Orc runs, but now they're like Taurens in like Space Marine outfits, like Marine outfits. Are they Taurens? Like they're what are they? They've got horns. Are they Taurens or something else? Something else entirely. I don't. But they got rid of the grunts. True, they're gonna get sued by Warcraft. Cap. The hell? Are they Tauren? It's too small. Like I can't. I need a closer look. Are they cows or pig? So I was just distracted by the by the replacement of the orcs. Tauren Marines. Okay. Yeah, there you go. I mean, the Tauren. I mean, it's still Warcraft related, I suppose. But it is a shame that we don't have the orcs anymore. I like the orcs a little bit more. It's a nice Easter egg. Like I've never seen that Tauren Easter egg before, so it is technically within theme of Warcraft. Technically, I suppose. Regardless, the main does roll in, catching out one of the High Templar. Decent catch here from Young Yakov. And what's hurting here is the economy. Geralt, he lost 2 mineral lands. Sorry, we were kind of glossing over it a little bit, just because we were distracted by the Tauren. But yeah, we did lose 2 mineral lands here on the left and right hand side. Economies are crippled. Remember, Geralt at one point he had 80 workers, now down to 57, losing so many workers. And now it's go time. Now it's time to commit across the map. Pieces, they're going to be zoning away the mutas. Stalkers moving in as well. How many Stalkers? 18 Stalkers so far. There's no ground army. Only 10 roaches popping out. Now Lings, they move in. Where are the Archons? Where's the Storm? Where's the splash damage? And Mass Ling will defend. The Archon too late. The Archon's too little too late. Lings, they shut down the Stalkers. And with that, Young Yakov is snowballing out of control. Again, Geralt had a really strong start to the game, just picking away at Young Yakov, knocking down bases, knocking down mineral lines. But Geralt, he did struggle against the muta defense. We saw that he was out of position 2-3 too many times. Just having a very hard time keeping up. Lost mineral line after mineral line. Lost his Phoenixes as well, if you recall. So Geralt, he did stumble in that mid game, and now it's all falling apart. It's all falling apart here. As Geralt's being left behind, and Yakov is soon to max out. Will soon max out. And this was Geralt's game to lose. Like this, straight up. This was Geralt's game to lose. It was looking so good initially. He was up 20 workers. Up in bases, up in economy, up in army. But the mood, that's backy. The multi-pronged aggression. Aye. As Geralt, he's finding some damage, but here comes the main force. Oh, Storms can buy time. That's a lot of High Templar. Okay. Oh no. No reaction! No! Yeah, no reaction. Massive connections here. 17 probes going down. We're still not done, by the way. 17 probe kills. Once again, Geralt, he was distracted. And this is the third time that this has happened here, with the third time that we've lost an entire mineral line. How many probe kills? 71. 71 probe kills this game. That's crazy. It's insane. And with that, Yakov, he should soon be able to move out. We have flux veins on the way. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I guess there are corruptors, I suppose. Sure. I guess. Why not? Going triple voider production. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Nice little run by. Does find some damage. 7, 8, 9, 10 drones going to be going down. 11 drones even. Yeah, nice run by. As Jakub is now breaking out. Now pushing through the center. But again, he cannot push into storms, not like this. Is there a world, can Geralt turtle up and stabilize? Can he turtle up and max out? That's also more important. I mean, so it's 17 drone kills. Like, this is out of hand. This is too much. 18 drones. This isn't killing young Yakov, but it's bringing Geralt back into this. Like, he's clawing his way back in. We're not done, by the way. 20 drones. the one DT that could back. Yeah. Everything now moves in. 21 drone kills. Insane damage. Again, it's a good start. Cashing out a portion of the army. Ooh, Banelings do roll in. Gotta be careful, gotta respect the Banelings. Girl claiming a 5th base. Mutas are coming from behind. Oh, sorry, Corruptors, I should say. And Geralt, he commits. With trading bases, Geralt, he will lose his Nexus. At the same time, he will take down the center expansion. Hatchery's gonna go down. We have how many Void Rays? We got 8 Void Rays. Unironically, the Void Rays are going to be an issue. Like, there's no Hydrogen. There's no Hive. The Hive is just not finishing, so there's no Vipers for Parasitic Bombs. Like, this death ball of an army could keep going. Geralt, he just kills 2 bases. I would want Geralt to keep pushing. Keep going. I believe, Pappy. He's playing it scared. Yeah, he's playing it safe. He's going to rotate. Hoping he does rotate here towards the right-hand side. Yeah, he's not going back home, thankfully. Crab just trying to force a retreat. Geralt, he has 9 High Templar. So, what I believe a lot of this game is going to come down to when it comes to the main engagement is the Templar and whether we can snipe the Banelings in time. There's a lot of Ling Bane available here. And the goal of the Ling Bane is to collapse, is to break through that distance, to close that gap between, you know, both armies, get on top of the High Templar, and connect. Meanwhile, Corruptors are getting caught. Nice catch. What, 4, 5, 6 Corruptors going down. Heavy losses here for young Yakov. And now we should keep pushing towards the space. Meanwhile, Yakov is out of position. Ooh, he's out of position. And do we just base trade? I'm sure the temptation is there. Lings are going for the counterattack. Everything else is, once again, still top left. This hatchery goes down. There are Archons at home. DTs as well. Very nice defense. Keep going, Geralt. He defends. Rotates. Again, these Banelings still have a lot of potential. This is not GSL CK. This is ooh, no, the Templar! No, the Templar! Banelings are win! Oh my god, that's gonna be 9. 9 Templar going down! Ay. No! You spoke about it. 9 Templar. Ah. There's 1 Templar left. Oh no. Papi! Geralt, por favor. I mean, he might still pull this off, but now he has no storm. He had 9. He had more than 9 storms. Like, they were full energy High Templar as well. He had so many storms earlier. Now it's all about the Voids. Can the Void Rays do it? Yeah, Stalkers, they hold their own. Void Rays, they will take a bout to the face. But again, we're running out of anti-air. Mutas are going down, Corruptors are going down, and in the end, Geralt, he still has enough. Oh, does he? He does. GG. GG gets called. Whew, and Geralt, he will break through. He will overwhelm, and he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played with that. Oh, with that, congratulations, Geralt. He will take a lead in the series. You know what Geralt just said? He's like, what the hell? Protoss is the new Terran. OP, baby. True, true. OP. I mean, again, Geralt, he was dead in the water. I mean, this was a very swinging game. So winding it a little bit back here, talking about the game itself, it was very back and forth. Very, very back and forth. Very chaotic as well. Very messy. Very, very messy. Not Ronaldinho, papi. Running it back, Geralt initially, he was popping off. He was killing Yakov. Yakov was dead in the water. Geralt, he was able to push in on one side, reinforcing the other due to the faster pylon warp-ins, and was pulling young Yakov apart. When it comes to the aggression, killing mineral line after mineral line, killing a base as well, Geralt, he had a massive lead. And then young Yakov, he clawed his way back in with his meter play. I was not too convinced, but it wasn't necessarily because the meters were doing damage, but I will say that Geralt, he had a really hard time when it came to his map awareness and positional play. He was more often than not being caught out of position, losing mineral lines, losing bases, and being torn apart, losing phoenixes as well. So it was a very, very messy defense, very lackluster defense out of Geralt, which allowed young Yakov to take a massive lead. And then Geralt clawed his way back in with the DT counterattack and Zealot run bys. Remember, he killed 21 drones. He killed 21 workers. We were emphasizing it at the time that he was doing far too much damage with so little. And with that, he clawed his way back in, and we had the comeback out of Geralt. Despite that, did lose every High Templar. Did lose all 9 High Templar, which was brutal for almost nothing. But despite that, he still had enough. GG. GG, well played. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Washouts, we have the German, the German, sorry, I was thinking G for Geralt. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. Leading the series 1-0 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the once again going for a 10 pool, by the way. We have the blue Zerg player representing Stony Balls. It is young Yakov. Why does that say Miyamaika? Oh, right. It's because of the alias. Oh, no. So in the past, Miyamaika did actually name change to player. So I have it set as the alias of player to be Miyamaika. It's young Yakov, no Miyamaika. I should emphasize that. I should maybe fix that alias up. Hold on. It's a blast from the past back. Alias Miyamaika. I've got so many aliases for Miyamaika. What do I have? Hold on. I've got admin Miyamaika, Barancho M, Honor Cheeser, Last Seeking. True, the Last Seeking. No GG, please. Thank you. Zerkan player. Este Miyamaika. Last King of the Sea, papi. True, true. Unironically, he was the last King of the Sea. Much love to Mew. For now, though, we are going to be calming things down, going to be settling in. Once again, it was a 10 pool, if you remember. 10 pool is the new 12 pool in the new iteration of the game. Does perk out. We do see Geralt, he already has a full wall, and the Zealot, he should be pulling the boys to make sure the Zealot doesn't get surrounded, and Geralt should once again have a solid defense. As he is cornering out a second Zealots. Look at the boys have arrived. Gateway does get a little bit low, but Geralt will hold. And again, welcome to Washouts. Washouts is one of the, I would say, a larger map of the map pool. It has a slightly longer rush distance by ground compared to Blackrock, of course. We do often see a lot of mid-game play here on this map. We have yet to experience any late game on Washouts, so we'll see. So we'll see how our players do kind of approach each other coming into our new map. Let's go. So just catching up. Wow, Protoss broken. I mean, as I was trying to emphasize when it came to the game itself, like it was it was very a very swingy game because both players had their own moments, right? Like Geralt was losing mineral line after mineral line, so was young Yakov before that as well, right? So we saw comeback from both young Yakov and from Geralt as well. Did see those comebacks. But I will say that last game, I do think that it was a good showing of the warp gate changes, and specifically the fast warp ins on the pylon, because before the muta play, remember, herO, he was dominating. Like, herO, he was looking dominant with that warp in aggression. Looking very dominant. And we'll see if he goes for another Twilight Council opener. We'll see if that trend continues. Maybe I need to watch more, but I suspect new builds from TOS after all these changes, but it still looks familiar to me. Like TOS still going 1 gate expanded to Oracle, Blink Stalker just slightly later. I mean, just to very quickly correct that sentiment from Volts in the chat, remember, last game was not a Stargate opener, it was a Twilight Council opener, and we're seeing a Twilight Council opener once again. So I would push back against the idea very strongly. I was like, oh, like the Protoss opener is still the same. That's, at least for herO, that's not true. And if you were watching the PTR, that wasn't true either. If you're watching the PTR, we did not see Oracle opener into Blink Stalker play. We saw a lot of Robo-based play and Stargate-based play, because during the PTR, the Warp Gate cost was much higher at 101. Sorry, at 50-50, if you recall. So if you're watching PTR tournaments, that's not true. But bearing in mind that I'm making reference to the PTR, to PTR 1, which was increased costs on the warp gate. Now we have decreased costs on the warp gate compared to PTR 1, which has made it more accessible, which is what we're seeing here. Bearing in mind that, of course, the meta has not settled yet. True, the meta has not settled. So we'll see how other Protoss players start to approach their openers, whether we see more Robo-based play, Twilight Council, Stargate again. But if you're curious as to why we're seeing now Twilight Council play, it's because of the buff to the warp in, right? It's because of the change to the pylon. Just because it now allows for faster warp ins with a smaller commitment. Previously, to be aggressive with pylons and to be in your face with your opponents when it comes to warp gate aggression, you would require a gateway alongside it. So that's a bigger investment, right? That's extra resources that you have to invest into the gateway itself. That means it takes longer to get the proxy set up online because you have to wait for the gateway. And of course, there's a higher chance to get scouted because it takes up more service area as well. Like, that's the rationale for that. Whether an opener like this becomes more staple, like, we cannot say for certain yet. Once again, we do see a Roach-based opener here out of ByuN Yakov. TOS OP, we should nerf Storm another 10 damage per second. True. As we do shade into the mineral lines. So far, two adepts going to be shut down. Likewise, Roaches are keeping up, and this was not worth it. They're losing all 4 adepts for no real damage. So very nicely done here by ByuN Yakov. He shuts down the adept aggression. Shaky start here by Geralt. We do get the overseer scan into the main base, and does confirm the gateway explosion. So once again, it looks like the same build. We should be getting up to 8 gates, around 8 gateways here with a proxy pylon. But we do see ByuN Yakov. He wants to be the aggressor. He's moving out. Ooh, heavy supply block. 7 overlords on the way. Ay. 7 overlords in production, but here comes the all-in. We can see that ByuN Yakov cutting workers at 43. That is under 2 base saturation. So basically a 2 base all-in. 2 base all-in, 3rd base only for larva. It's all or nothing. The all-in has arrived. We catch out the first stalker. Ooh, nice blink. Does blink away in time. Force fields, they try to buy some time as well. Roaches, they rotate towards right hand side. Again, there's no battery here on the right hand side yet. Not at the natural. It's on the way. Ooh, Bile connects. Yeah, Bile does connect. Nice blink control so far to Geralt. And well, the concave here is insane. Geralt, he's holding. Yeah, so far shaving off those lings. Battery is now done. Bile's going for the Cybercore. Cybercore will get sniped. Not bad. Yeah, no more Cybercore. No more Stalker Warpins. Only Vanilla Zealots. We got Slow Lots warping in. They tank the Biles. Yeah, boys are being pulled, and we are getting some of these Ravagers. Ooh. And 3 perfect kills so far. And again, Geralt, he is holding on. We need that backup Cybercore, though. Still has not been rebuilt. Yeah, it is an oversight. Am I crazy? Yeah, it's still an oversight here as Geralt, he has not rebuilt the Cybercore. Was this a misclick to get a gateway down? Where's the Cybercore, Pappy? Geralt, he's banking resources. We're going to spend our money. We're going to spend our money. Warp in. Oh, such charge, +2. Oh, and you know what? We don't need to warp in because the all-in has failed. The all-in has failed, and young Yakov, he's not massing up more Zerglings, he's droning. He's forced to drone up, and now herO takes a massive lead. herO, he's ahead in workers, he's ahead in base, or he's even on bases, ahead in workers, ahead in economy. Cybercore is very delayed, very delayed here. Just now on the way. But it's okay, because again, this army shouldn't be getting any larger anytime soon. herO, he's under no real danger. Under no real danger here. If he had a faster Cybercore, then he could have been more active to maybe try to punish this army and pick away at the roaches. But in the end, the game will continue. One of Temple/Whirlpool is better now since you can recover faster with lava changes. If you're watching the GSLCK over the weekend, which we were casting, we saw a decent chunk of temples. Decent, like, I mean, we've seen young Yakov temple twice now in this series, but we saw a decent amount of temples over the weekend. It does, at least to me, feel like the new 12 pool, which by that I mean that it's a way to be aggressive early on, but to macro behind it. Like, it's not an all-in. It's not, like, hyper-committed. Is what it seems to be. Things else they run into each other. Again, Yakov's fourth base is quite late. Still working up on it. Bearing in mind that the soup is lying to you. The soup does lie. Right now, young Yakov is up in army supply, but that's because of roaches. Roaches are very inflated, very supply inefficient. So just be aware. Soup is lying to you. As for now, we're taking. From here, we're taking up. We do see the hydrogen on the way, and oh, we're going to be rushing into lurker tech. Okay, a very different approach this time out of young Yakov. Last game, he was stuck in roaches and went into muta play in a moment of desperation. Here, we're taking up even further into hive tech, in towards lurkers. From here, so we're going to just slow things down, build up in towards the mid to late game. Yakov is going to be the first way to max out, but again, he's maxing out with a subpar army currently. We'll see how he trades. And likewise, herO, he's going to be staying at home, building up the storm, building up in towards his own greater army as well. Now, this is a question here. When it comes to washout, I don't think it's the best map to try to turtle up on. There is like a bigger avenue of attack here towards the natural base. You can try to centralize your army here in the center of the map to defend the northern expansion as well, to try to rush into Sky Toss. We'll see if herO goes that route. Oh, that's a cancel. Does cancel the expand. Nicely done. We're still even on bases, 4 versus 4. And there it is. Double Stargate into Sky Toss. The whole position. Oh my god, massive shot. Yeah, massive connection there. Does wing away in time. Whew. Yakov, he likes his whole position lurkers, Pappy. He likes them. Yeah, don't force out the storms. We just tank the storms. Both high tempo are going to be going down. Nice catch out of Yakov. Just luring herO in. I mean, herO, he was deep on creep. It was a risk. It was a risk in the end. Was punished. And again, there's going to be a window here available where Yakov has lurker tech once again. Oh, yeah, once again, holding on to those lurkers. He's on the whole position. What a mass. There we go. Oh my god, catching out what, 5 more stalkers. Oh, ay. Very nice catch. Once again, like he likes his whole position back. He likes it. He's known for it. Este young Yakov. Yeah, catching at the army twice. Ooh. That is a very value storm, though. And nice storm here by herO. Catching out a part of the army. And again, the goal here for young Yakov is to break on through before Skytell's Fleet Beacon is still on the way. It's still coming. Yeah, it is still coming as lurkers they force their way through. Nexus taking a lot of hits. 7 probes going to be going down, and the base will fall at the same time. Bam, here comes a counterattack. We spoke about this earlier, but the entrance here at the natural base is much more accessible. Will distract, will be cleaned up, but that's still a base going down. A better trade here for young Yakov. A better pickup. Knocks down the 4th. Geralt cannot defend. Trying to re-expand. And from here, Yakov can rebuild. He can rebuild, he can remax with a much more efficient army, with this time Ling Hydra. He's done with roaches. And I don't see Geralt holding and surviving and defending until Skytoss. Like, sure, he has 2 Tempests on the way. That's great. That's nice and all. But building up to a substantial army, he needs time. Time that he just does not have. He's out of time. How many storms? Just 1 Templar. That was the only storm. Yeah, that was the only storm. Oh! Hydras get caught out. Army rotates over. Lurkers, they move in towards the 3rd expansion. Geralt's out of position. This base will fall, and Geralt has to move into Lurkers. Ay, ay, ay. Not again. It's been a little moments this game. I know. It's just brutal, Bappy. It's just brutal. Moving into Lurkers. Lurkers, they punish. Again, Geralt just out of position. 11 probes go down. The base, the army. Tempest, they survive, but at what cost? As we will lose everything here in the mineral line. 20 probe kills. 22. 23. 23 probes going down. Yakov, he does on burrow. He rotates. Now going for the final mining base. So because they move in. Likewise, another expansion is going to go down. As we just zoned away the main... Oh no! We zoned away the main army. Stalkers, they move within lurker range. Every stalker goes down. A brutal meat grinder there. The meat grinder, Pat. Protoss grinder? It's fine. As another base falls, and with that, we are going to the ace match. We go to game 3. What can Geralt do, Pappy? What can he do? So steps in, gets 1, 2 Tempest. Game to 3, getting all 4. All 4 Tempests go down. With that, GG gets called, and young Yakov, he will tab the series 1-1. GG. Whew, GG well played. This is my moment to quickly fix up the logos mod. Un momento. Fixing up the logos mod. And adding our own. Beautiful. Beautiful. But here we go. We're tied up 1-1 here. I want to get back when it comes to that game itself. Again, Geralt, he was honestly having a better start. Remember, this all began with a failed all-in at a young Yakov. Yakov, he cut workers at 43. It was a 2-base all-in, no drones at the 3rd base, 43 workers, and Geralt, he defended very, very nicely. But there was a bit of a slip up when it came to that defense. If you remember, we saw that Geralt, he took a long time to rebuild his cyber core, so there was no counter aggression that there otherwise could have been with a faster cyber core and with more stalker reinforcements. With Blink available at the time, Geralt could have tried to punish and apply pressure. In the end, he was stuck at home because he had no stalker reinforcements. He had slowless instead, so he was stuck at home, and we did see young Yakov try to recover. It was still very close between the two of them. I was still favoring Geralt until he pushed onto creep, and we saw 2 big moments where Geralt, he was caught by whole position lurkers. He lost massive chunks of his army, and that meant that he could not defend his 4th base. The moment the 4th base went down, that was game. That was game then and there, as those were just too heavy of a loss, or that was too heavy of a loss to be able to sustain. Once the 4th base went down, it all just fell apart. It snowballed out of control. GG well played, and with that, we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Lockdown, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. Being forced into a bad series. Can he bring it back? It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player himself, representing Stony Balls. It is young Yakov. For the first time this series, not going for a 10 pool. Okay. So much more standard opener here by young Yakov. Welcome to Lockdown. Lockdown is a bit of a larger map in the map pool. It does have some interesting locations, a little bit more open and exposed here outside of the natural base. The high ground location here is very safe. That is true. I swear I changed the logos mod. Am I crazy? Huh. I swear I changed it. The hell? I'll try it again. I'll try it again after this. Unless, did I... Hold on. Am I crazy? No, yeah. Huh. Maybe it needs to restart now? Maybe. Because I swear I changed the logos mod. Interesting. Well, that's annoying. I guess we'll see when it comes to the next series. I'll restart the client and see if it fixes it. But that is abnormal. I mean, for those who aren't aware, like there are quite a number of bugs in the game at the moment, and it looks like this might be one of the bugs. For the time being, though, we are going to be opening up. And sorry, as we mentioned, when it comes to the map itself, we do have a high ground expansion here that's a little bit safer. Likewise, you can knock down these towers to fully wall this area off. I would say triangular third base is a little bit more exposed, but again, we have like, what, 4 different planes of elevation here. There's a lot of elevation, a lot of ramps as well. I do like the usage of these speed zones. The speed zones are designed to help the aggressing player. They can break these rocks, and then that does allow for faster, aggressive rotations between bases. So you can rotate your army faster towards the top or southern side aggressively. That does otherwise help when it comes to the otherwise high ground expansions, which are otherwise difficult to push into. Something that we're a little bit concerned by coming into this, we express these concerns and other judges express their concerns as well, is expanding here on the high ground and then pushing forward, expanding also on the high ground as well, pushing with your army, and then suddenly you're across the map and then you can start to engage into the bases of your opponent. So these are very aggressive expansion locations which do allow for a very assertive position, and they're a concern that we haven't really seen that come to fruition yet. It all depends on how players expand and whether Yangyaku even takes these northern bases as well. We'll see. We shall see. For now, a much more standard opener. For game 1 and game 2, we did see Twilight Council base play into early +1 into heavy blink aggression, but now we're calming things down and going for the Stargate instead. From here, we should be going for Stargate into Oracle, into a much more kind of previous patch kind of addition to what we expect in ZVP. So we're returning to normalcy here. Now, I will still say that due to the changes to the pylon and due to the changes of Warp Gate, there is still a very high chance that post Stargate that we could see more Stalker aggression than we're used to seeing. The option is going to be there for Geralt. I mean, in general, not just Blink Stalker follow-up, but even Glaive It Up follow-ups, which are quite common, to go like Stargate, Oracle into early, Twilight Council, no Forge into Glaives. Even that can hit harder with the Proxy Pylon as well. True. I can see players playing around a little bit more with that. I can see players like herO, Classic, like experimenting. Just a change to the pylon does allow for more aggressive options. Meanwhile, there's our Twilight Council. This is a little bit earlier than normal, and I don't see a Forge yet, so there is a chance here that we go into either Glaives or Blink. That is now an option here for Geralt. Show us what it is. As again, Geralt, he's opting to go for a late Forge. Potentially non-existent Forge. Okay. Late Forge. Late Forge here. So this means early Blink. What does this entail? Early Blink does allow for Blink to finish up early on, which means that if young Yakov were to be hyper-aggressive like we saw last game, then Geralt will have Blink in time to defend. So it does allow for a more defensive option. It also means that Geralt's Blink Stalkers, they come online faster, and it means that he can apply pressure earlier as well. The downside is late +1, late +2. Oh, as this time we're not playing roaches. Okay. For the first time this series, actually. For the first time this series, no roach follow-up here out of young Yakov going into Ling Bane Hydra. +1 melee is going to be on the way. And we'll see if Geralt can apply pressure to the 4th base. We're mainly looking at this 4th location. As Geralt pulls away, he will scout the 4th position. And here come the Adepts initially. So shading across the map, they will soften up the expansion. Can we already force a cancel? Oh. They shade. Okay, they shade in. Lings are in position, and Adepts are cleaned up. Yeah, a rough shade here from Geralt. He did let it finish. We'll lose everything in the process. Did not cancel the expand. Again, just a bit of a misjudgment out of Geralt. Did misjudge. And how many gateways are we on? So far, it's going to be 6, getting up to 8 gate. Okay. 8 gate setup. Getting up to 8 gateways. Ooh, Spire is on the way post Hydrogen. Interesting. Very gas intensive. Very gas intensive here. But Geralt, he's not pushing out. Geralt, he's taking more gases. He's taking up in towards the Temple Archives. Geralt is staying back home. And what does this mean? This means that the muta play is going to come online faster. Music a bit too high? I'll turn it down. I'll turn it down. I guess I can turn it down a little bit here. It's down to 27%. Go. That's not good. He does pick in. He does pick in. Likewise, Oracles are here to support. Not really much energy on the Oracles. Gotta be careful. Let's go. He does pull away. He pulls away again. So far, I believe 0 scouting of the Spire. Spire is still hidden. No muta production yet. It looks like Young Yakov, he wants to play it safe. So we do have Hydras first, just to maintain an army. Just to defend, just to survive. But unscouted mutas can be terrifying. Oh, wait. Is this unscouted? We're getting blind cannons, blind shield batteries, blind Phoenix production as well. I mean, I believe the Hydras were spotted. But okay. Geralt setting up. He's setting up that. Oh. Yeah, once again, he gets caught out. Templar force him up into Archons, 0 Storm. I mean, Storm isn't even done. And this is a messy defense here. Yeah, messy defense. We need more Zealots. We need more buffer. Stalkers are exposed. They get shut down. Still no Storm. And the Hydras, they will force this back. It looks like with the defensive warp in, Geralt, he will defend. And Geralt, he will hold on. But still 7 probe kills. 7 probes falling. A shaky defense here for Geralt. Storm does finish. How many High Templar do we even have? 3. 3 High Templar. And there's going to be 1 energy overcharge, so 2 Storms. As one of them was pre-morphed in. Yakov is not done. And what I appreciate here is that Yakov, I don't think he made a single Mutalisk. Didn't make any mutas. Yakov, he does recognize how close he is to just breaking his opponent, so why mess around with mutas? Just commit. Here come the Banelings. Where are the Storms? This one. Yeah, 1, 2 Storms. Banelings, they rotate over towards the left-hand side. They do catch some of the stack defense. Batteries go down. Nice use of the Banelings. Oof. This is a second Storm, and that's it. 2 Storms. 2 Storms is all we had. Banelings are zone away the slow. They head into the mineral lines. High Templar goes down. Archon as well. Oof, and the army is barely trying to hold on here, but wow, we're getting cornered. Yeah, Stalkers getting cornered. Hydras, they do start to step in. They zone back the army once again. They get into the expansion, and the hatchery, the Nexus is going to fall. Massive pickoff. The Nexus falls. And again, Young Yakov, he's gotten out of hand. He's gotten out of hand here. I was expecting a much more aggressive follow-up out of Geralt, but instead he was more tech-heavy. He went for an earlier Twilight Council, later Forge, into Gases, into Storm instead. So much more kind of defensive setup. And we saw that he was hit pre-Storm. He was hit pre-Storm. Geralt wasn't ready. Yakov, he was allowed to build up. And remember, the rate of growth here is also much, much faster for Zerg in the current live version of the game due to larva change. So being left alone here, he was able to just snowball out of control. Snowball out of control. Cleans up all the zealots. Mutas, they now hit the field. Making their way into the main. And they catch the Phoenix immediately. And Phoenix gets called out. And from here, Geralt is just being torn apart. This is a case where the soup is not lying to you. True. Soup is not lying, pappy. Oof. Yeah, Stalkers are hunted down. Bailey's a roll in. Another expansion is going to be falling. There are a couple of storms behind this. We got, what, 3 more storms left? So a decent chunk of storms. So we just bust into the natural. 31 probe kills. I'm just gonna look down bases. Like yeah, this is where there's nothing left here. GG gets called, and Yakov, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played, young Yakov. He will claim the series. And again, Geralt, he was able to fight back. We were able to have a back and forth here. Again, game 2, I will say there was a lot more potential, but we did see some incredible lurker play out of young Yakov to catch out the army, to recover, and to snowball out of control. Otherwise, I could see a world where Geralt 2-0s, to be honest. I could see a world where he 2-0s his opponent and he wins that game on washouts, but instead went all the way to the ace match, and I would say the passivity here of Geralt did end up hurting him more than helping. This was the most passive game we saw to Geralt here in game 3, and did struggle to keep up with young Yakov without forcing out units or forcing aggression or trading early on. Instead, he stayed back home and he was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. With that, young Yakov, he'll advance on to the next round, and let's catch up on the brackets. Un momento. Bam. Let's go. Let us go. Exclamation mark, be in the chat. Have a look at the back yourselves, as that was a very intense and long series, and it looks like we already have our next opponent. Ay, ay, ay. As we head on over to the Americas server. But from the top, we have herO. herO takes out Railgun 2-1. Let's guess the Railgun. Look at him go. Did take a map off of herO. With that, it did force the ace match. herO he'll advance on to the next round. Meanwhile, GG Machine takes out Nickrat 2-0. And we have a herO versus GG Machine in the quarterfinals. Honestly, a very spicy matchup. I would love to tune into that. But we're following young Yakov into his own next series. Bear that in mind. So going down, we have Percival versus Perceive. They're facing off their mid-series. We have Cristiano, he takes down Rebellion 2-0. Cristiano waiting for the winner of Percival and Perceive in the quarterfinals. ByuN takes down his opponent Luna Bloom at 2-0. And ByuN is going to be going up against young Yakov. These two, they face off on a weekly basis. For the past like 3 weeks, every Tuna Cup, it's young Yakov versus ByuN. It's they've played so often as of late in the PTR, and now they're facing off here in the live version of the game as well. We have seen them go a little bit back and forth. Of course, ByuN is favored. He's favored in the series. He's favored to go far in the tournament. But we have seen young Yakov take it to ByuN in the past. We'll see if he can do it again. We shall see. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we have SHIN. SHIN is up against Hacker's Top, and Nightmare is up against SHINO in the quarterfinals. Sorry, in the round 16. The round 16 as well. So the round of 32 has wrapped up. The round of 16 is ongoing, and we are jumping into the quarterfinals. So the bracket is progressing nicely. Un momento. Bracket is progressing. Vetoes are underway. Just catching up in the chat. Got very loud when you spoke and music went insane. Oh, that doesn't sound normal. Might have been some kind of weird like artifacting or something there. But regardless, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we will have our next series. We'll have ByuN versus young Yakov. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Go. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. The Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 136. Welcome back to the quarterfinals. We just wrapped up with the round of 16, and now we're jumping further into the tournament. And we have our fresh series spawning in the top right-hand corner of Lockdown. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Red Zerg player. The Red Zerg player himself representing Stony Balls. It is herO. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we do quickly have a... What the hell? What's going on? Something broken? I mean, I did switch regions, but I did not restart the client. So once again, we'll have to try to fix this up and restart the client, and hopefully that will fix things. Otherwise, we will soon be jumping in. Did I mess up in some way? Did I? What do I do? Okay. We'll try again. We'll try again. Otherwise, for timing, going to be settling in. Once again, we do go for the early pool timing here. Okay, herO does go for the early pool. Not a 10 pool, but an early pool timing nonetheless out of our Zerg player. And we'll see what we can get done across the map. With this, we can ideally try to avoid the Reaper Scouts, slip out across the map, and get into and attack the natural expansion. We have heard that because of the earlier racks and earlier Reaper timings, that maybe pool first is just the norm in ZVT, and going hatch first can be a little bit tricky. We'll keep an eye on our players. We'll see how aggressive these lings are going to be. There we go, 6 lings are on the way. So yeah, the goal is to try to bypass, to get past, and to try to hit that natural base, hit that expand. Now ByuN, he does avoid the SCV scout, so no SCV scout whatsoever, just waiting for the Reaper. As a result of this, the pool first may catch him with his pants down. There's potential. There is potential. As once again, welcome to Lockdown. Lockdown, we often do see a lot of mid-game play on this map. Again, there's a lot of points of elevation, a lot of ramps, a lot of high ground. Lings move out, Reaper moves in. And I have lags. On my end, everything looks fine on OBS, but appreciate if people in the chat would let us know if there's any latency issues. For now, Lings, they will hit the natural base. Boys are being pulled. So far, good reaction. ByuN CC is going to be a little bit delayed, and ByuN will be denied some mining time out of all these SCVs at least. But the CC will not be cancelled. So no cancellation. ByuN will keep up. Hunts down the Zerglings. And ByuN will defend. He will defend here. But again, that was a lot of workers off the mineral line, so still economic damage was done. Reaper was forced back home, and back at home, herO can now drone. He can drone, he can saturate. I believe herO, he does pull out. Oh, no. I mean, he kind of pulls out, but we do leave a couple of workers in gas. Interesting. So this is early gas income more than we're used to seeing. With this early income, we can go into a faster lair, into potentially fast mutaplay, or try to go for maybe faster Baneliness, faster Roachhorn. Curious to see what the gas is going to be spent on. I'm leaning more towards faster lair, but we'll see. herO, he can be an animal at times, for sure. Be an animal. Yep, there it is. That is a sub 4-minute lair timing. So very early lair here from herO. Especially considering the lower drone count as well. This is very fast. Extra gas is being taken with that second gas geyser. There's a higher chance we do go into mutaplay. If we have an overlord here outside of the main base, I would flirt with the idea of going into like a Ling Queen Nidasoul in, but more gases are on the way. This looks more and more like a Spire. Now, technically, 2-base Hydra is a build that we've seen from players like SHIN and players like Solar. The Korean Zerg players have been embracing 2-base Hydra, so that is something in the back of my mind, but I don't really think that herO is really one to play too much around with 2-base Hydra. I haven't really seen that from herO before. Meanwhile, ByuN getting to his own 1-1-1, delayed 3rd TC, early medevac drop, ByuN has been very fond of this. It's a way to apply a lot of pressure early on. Remember, there's no stim. There's no stim. These Marines aren't too impactful, but this early on, especially if Yakov's joining up too much, these Marines can catch Overlords and maybe even apply some pressure to that and deny the third base. And Marines, they drop off. We have Hellions aboard as well. There are 12 Lings to defend. And Lings, they don't quite respond yet. Spire is on the way. ByuN waiting for the Zerglings. Massive volley. Yeah, massive Hellion shots. Ooh. Lings go down. Queen's exposed. Massive pick of no transfuse. Oh my god. Yeah, no transfuse. We do try to transfuse the second Queen at least, but that's still a Queen going down. Lings going down as well. And this hatchery is taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. And will it go down? Oh, it gets low. It gets very low. Yakov, he can't quite engage. Not with all these Hellions. He has to go for it though. He tries to dive in. The Queens, no! Yeah, the Queens are exposed. Oh my god. Almost gets another. We come in for the surround, and with that, whew, young Yakov, he does hold on. Very nice surround. Very patient play to young Yakov. Surrounds the Marine, shuts down the Hellions, and Yakov will hold. At the same time, we have a Liberator here in the bases. Oh, catching up 3 drones. 3 drones do get caught by the Liberator. But the hatchery barely survives. Now, a couple things just occurred here. Did we scout with that lib? Ooh, saw the lair. Yeah, saw the lair and saw the spire as well. Turrets are on the way. ByuN is getting ready back at home. Stim is halfway done. Now, I'll be honest, ByuN, he was a little bit tentative with his play here. There were a couple of moments where he pulled away too soon, where we could have seen some extra damage, and that would have killed the expansion. So some tentative play here by ByuN will allow young Yakov to stay in this game. Mutas out the field, but these mutas, I don't really see them getting too much done here. Oh. And nothing yet. I mean, the mutas will at least contain, right? They can contain ByuN, and this will allow young Yakov to drone, to saturate, to establish that third expansion, to build up a fourth base as well. Yakov can recover economically. Bold move. We'll lose a Mutalisk. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Mutalisk does go down. ByuN, he attempts his drop play, and he gets caught. ByuN gets called out. Force one load. We'll catch another Mutalisk. And almost another. As we play around with the speed zone. Oh. ByuN steps in. Catching another. 3 meters. 3 Mutalisks go down. Once again, nice pick goes here by ByuN. 4 Mutalisks going down. Oh god, Yakov losing far too much. These are expensive losses. Yeah, some hefty losses here from young Yakov. Behind this, building up his Link Bane. Baneling speed is complete. There's no Eva Chamber upgrades, as we did sacrifice that for the faster lair. So faster lair, faster spire, no upgrades outside of Baneling speed. And +1 does kick in for ByuN. Spreads well. And ByuN spreads. Yakov coming in from behind, but there are reinforcements back at home. ByuN, does he borrow in time? Oh! Does. It does borrow in time, picks up. Good reaction here by young Yakov, very nice reaction. So we have somewhat of a back and forth. Likewise, Yakov still being active. Moves out across the map with his mutas. He's built up enough Link Bane to be safe back at home against any kind of aggression into his bases. And Yakov is stabilizing. He's trying to stabilize. I'm still worried about the main push, but ooh, does catch a Widowmine and an SCV. Does catch a worker. SCV goes down. A couple of SCV kills here and there, but ByuN is still massing up his bio army. And has yet to pull the trigger. Oh. Moving out with the second force. And ByuN is taking up. He's taking it behind this, going for a second factory. We should soon be seeing extra gases and a fourth CC. Oh. ByuN getting caught. Bleeding out Marines, bleeding out of medevac. It tells me that's some key units. And the game slows down. Okay, we slow down from here. Now, what I will say is that Young Yakov is now free to mass expand, to drone up, and to get in towards a maxed out composition. That is true, but ByuN's been keeping up. Like, again, these have been some heavy losses for Young Yakov. It's been a shaky road here into this kind of game state. Usually, you would see a bigger supply gap between the Zerg and Terran. Here, you see the Terran play with an equivalent army size, which is terrifying for the Zerg. So macro-wise, like, ByuN, because of his lead, he's been able to keep up. Would mines do not connect. No major connections. ByuN with the pre-split. Dallas pre-split the army. Moving further in. Yakov's not quite able to engage. Does go for the counterattack. ByuN is somewhat in position. Okay, what do I say? Burrow! Oh! Yeah, Mine Shells don't quite connect. He gets into the mineral and SCVs, they are going to go down. They're trapped! Workers are trapped. Yakov, he does defend back at home. ByuN turns around. Oh, but the workers get away. Okay, never mind. The SCVs, they get away. Only 5 worker kills. That should have been so much worse. So very nice defense here by ByuN. Minimal losses. Thor production has begun. And what concerns me here is Young Yakov is being outscaled. Young Yakov just now getting 1-1 upgrades. Meanwhile, 3-3 or 3-3 is on the horizon for ByuN. Likewise, still Lair Tech, there's no Hive, there's no Adrenal, there's no setup for Ultra Tech either. Again, both armies are maxed, but one army is not quite like the other. I would say that ByuN's tech is still greater than that of Young Yakov, has a lot more potential with this army. I say potential because technically there's a world where Banelings can close that gap. This is a very fragile composition with heavy Marines, no Marauders. So ByuN is heavily reliant on splits, on spreading. SCV is going to be going down. As they bust into the main base. ByuN turns everything back around. But he does get a base. And nice time with the hatchery. Hatchery goes down. Meanwhile, the Muse, they take down the entire mineral line. And ByuN cannot keep up. Yeah, cannot keep up. Muse, they just pull away. 17 SCV kills. Heavy losses for ByuN. And ByuN does not replace them. Ooh, he's remaxed. He's remaxed with mainly an army. With most of the army supply. 140 army supply for ByuN. That's crazy. It's insane. How many Marines? 98. Almost 100 Marines, pappy. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh. There's some Marines here on the sub side. ByuN not paying attention, but he will get the expansion. He gets one, he gets 2. Yeah, 2 hatcheries go down. Yakov building a more Ling Bane. Music go for the counterattack. There are 4 turrets in position. ByuN is ready. Yeah, the turrets say buy time. They do get back into the main though. Back into the main base. Oh no, he's not looking! Oh my god! He's not looking! Basically they crash in and ByuN, the splits are not there. No splits, Bappy. Ay, 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 does take every Baneling to the face. Despite that, the splice is still very close, by the way. Again, that was maybe the best fight that Young Yakov could hope for. He distracted ByuN with the mutas. Busted him with Ling Bane. ByuN was distracted. We spoke about it earlier, but ByuN's army is just so fragile. Ooh, nice music. It's nice mine shots. Mine shots say pop up. And ByuN has at least been knocking down bases, so Young Yakov's remax is delayed, right? Young Yakov, he has limited larva, limited bases. We're getting messy. Oh. ByuN does pull away. This time he splits. Yeah, this time he spreads. Better engaged by ByuN. This is what we expect. This is what we need. ByuN is looking. He's paying attention, Pappy. He's when he moves in, he stims. Hatchery will go down. And Yakov trying to keep up. But at this point, Yakov cannot. As we mentioned before, he's been losing so many bases, so many expansions. Oh, the boys! Where are we going? Yeah, it does pull the boys, attempts to surround. It's all or nothing for Young Yakov. Oh god. Okay, pull them back to evacuate them into the army, okay? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Pull the boys back in. The hatchery finally goes down from the early game. ByuN rotates to the top side, knocking down another base and another base as well. Again, barely in production, barely in the economy. It's a kill, not a cancel. Hatchery goes down. Yakov, he's had potential with these mutas, and they've done a lot for Yakov this game, but again, they just cannot engage with the main army. Cannot stop the main force. Not unless we cause another distraction. Oof. But there just aren't enough banelings. There are only 9. Only 9 banelings. That's nothing. They connect well. Like here, like we catch out the Marines. They were clumped up. But it does not matter. Not anymore. With that, ByuN snowballs out of control. He sims on in. Mutas, they try to catch reinforcements. They try to cause some chaos. But ByuN's got too much man with gun. It's pretty good. Man with gun. Sims into the bases. Sims into the mineral lines. 30 drone kills. GG gets cold. And ByuN takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. With that, ByuN will take a lead in the series. Oh, if I do this. Okay. ByuN, he will take a lead in the series, and Yakov, he will take a bit of a loss here. Once again, we did have a bit of a back and forth, but ByuN had a little momentum from the beginning of the game. If you recall, ByuN, he was ahead when it came to the bases, the worker count as well. ByuN had a much stronger mid-game. Young Yakov's big moment where he had a bit of a comeback was when he caught ByuN not looking at his army. When he caught him with his pants down, we saw some massive baneling nations in the center of the map, and the mutas were able to likewise wreak havoc right after that, getting a full mineral line in the main base as well. So there were a couple of nice moments for young Yakov, but he was playing from behind. Even though those were nice moments, that was still not enough to recover from the earlier losses and from the momentum that ByuN had gained throughout this entire game. We saw that ByuN, he was just knocking down so many expansions and so many bases, and you could see that when ByuN was looking at the army, Yakov could not engage. He could not engage, not into the mass ByuN Mine Thor. With that, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting to the ace match. Going to be, sorry, getting to game 2. Going to be loading into at Attorney's Edge. Let's go. Let us go. So yeah, loading into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of at Attorney's Edge. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran. Leading the series 1-0, representing Shopify, it is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself, representing Stony Bulls, it is young Yakov. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into game 2. Oh. I don't remember these trees being as bright as they are. Okay. But welcome to Attorney's Edge. Again, this is it looks like there have been some aesthetic changes. Yeah, there have been some aesthetic changes here as we do enter the live version of the map instead of the TLMC version. What I will say is that you have 2 ways to kind of approach this map. You can expand on the low ground and head towards the low ground gold expansion, which we can see certain players doing that do prefer that gold-based economy or that do gain map control early on, especially in the last patch that would be applicable to Protoss players. Or we could expand on the right-hand side instead and push towards high-yield gas bases instead, which will give you a bit of a tech advantage. And likewise, the rush distance by ground is much shorter on the right-hand side as well. So shorter rush distance by ground, aggression can be more favored here on the right hand side. We do typically expect Terran players to expand towards the Zerg and Zerg to expand away from the Terran. That's what we expect out of this matchup. But now, hatch pool gas, delayed gas income here by young Yakov. Interesting. We'll see when the gas is taken. We'll see how young Yakov does open up. Meanwhile, ByuN back at home going for his own CC first. Oh, okay. Greedier build this time out of ByuN. Is cutting some corners here, being greedy. Risky play considering that last game Yakov did go pool first, but this time ByuN will get away with the earlier CC with the greed. Now, does he just double down and go 3 CC3 racks, which we have seen a rise in popularity of in TBZ, or 3 CC211? Show us what you got. We go. As once again, ByuN does not SCV scout. Now, I should actually talk a little bit about this, because if you notice, ByuN has not SV scouted at all this series. So because of the lower drone count and because of the low worker count, it does mean that early worker scouts are much more impactful when it comes to your economy, much more detrimental, I should say, when it comes to your economy. So we've been seeing a lot less worker scouting as a result of that. So no SCV scouts out of ByuN whatsoever. Meanwhile, now we see why the gas was so delayed. Usually when you go for a late gas, it means either early lair or early roach warren or early baneling nest. It means like early tech in general, just because you're skipping link speed. So we skip link speed, and instead of going for the fast lair, we're going for the fast roach warren into an early roach push into an all-in. So early roach all in here by ByuN. I mean, we could try to fake out and make a couple of roaches and then drone up behind it and then try to macro instead, or we could just commit. We'll see. As Lings they poke in, they will delay some mining. We can see that there's no third TC. It's going to be a 1-1-1 follow-up, a very safe follow-up here by ByuN. We have 7 roaches on the way. So it's going to be 7 roaches, and do we drone up behind this? We do. Okay. So it's only pressure. It is not an all-in. So 7 roach pressure here by ByuN into droning, into macro behind this. The goal here is to gain map control, is to gain control of the low ground, delay the CC, and delay the economy of ByuN. Not to kill, but to delay. Hellions distracted. Roaches, they move in. Nice catch. Gets 1. Does shut down the Hellion, and ByuN has to evacuate. And that's going to be 1 dead depot. Depot's going to be killed. Oh, as ByuN's going to make a stand here. Okay, does pull the boys. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Does get one of the roaches so far. Gets 1, gets 2, is going to get all 3. But these are still some rough losses here for ByuN, losing 4 SCVs in the process. Let's say 4, we're losing 7. Ay. Yeah, 7 SCVs going down. Again, ByuN will clean this up eventually, but what is going to be left? As ByuN bleeds out so many Marines. Nice trades here by ByuN. Catching out Marines, catching out Hellions. Ensuring that the counterattack is weaker for ByuN. Yeah, much weaker. With that 8 SCV kills. And this was multi-layered here. On the one hand, ByuN, was he punished for the lack of SCV scout? Technically, yes, that is true. You know, ByuN did go CC first, if you remember. But because ByuN went CC first, there was another aspect of this: no Reaper scout. So it wasn't just the lack of SCV scout, lack of Reaper scout also meant that ByuN was blind to what was happening, and he got punished for it. He got punished, and with that, that is going to be 8 SCV kills, lost mining time as well, lost Hellions, lost Marines, and as a result, ByuN, I would say, gets into a better position, droning, saturating, and of course, a faster layer as well. The pressure's on ByuN. Pressure is on ByuN. Will catch an Overlord. Not bad. Supply blocking ByuN. Very nice. Does he get the other? Ooh, barely. No, it does not find the second Overlord. Overlord does pull away in time. ByuN looking for more. We have roach speed on the way, so fast lair into fast roach speed tells us that there's a very high chance we go from the 7 roach pressure early on into a 2 base all in. So there's layers to this. The 1-2 punch, 7 roaches, and oh, never mind. I assumed it was just going to be non-stop roach production, but no, we have a spire behind this. Okay, we're droning. Yakubi's droning up. He's droning and saturating. And she does get across the map so far, getting 2 drones. 2 drones go down, and we do not scout the spire, by the way. ByuN is aware of the lair, and we'll see roach speed. But I'm loving the repositioning here of the spore, ensuring that the Banshee does not get close. So the Banshee gets sniped, spire, so... Oh, does he think that ByuN scouted? Oh, so that's going to be a cancellation here. Okay, so no Spire play. Instead, we are doubling down on Roach Ravager. ByuN, do you see his drone count? Cutting works at 43. This is under 2 base saturation. Nothing at the 3rd. You can see here there's no drones, no saturation. One Banshee already went down. Yakov, he commits. And ByuN's getting caught with his pants down. No bunker, no tanks, no Banshees, no nothing. And with that, we're looking to tie up the series. We're looking to tie that series up. As Roaches, they move in. There's one tank on the high ground. Boys are being pulled. The tank will try to make a stand. Oh my god, the bile connects. Biles are connecting. Tank goes down as well. And with that, this is critical damage here. 20 SCV kills, 24 SCVs. Heavy losses for ByuN. Losing up to 30 workers. GG gets called, and Young Yakov ties up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN, he gets punished for his greed. We spoke about it earlier. No SCV scout, no Reaper scout. ByuN, he was crippled early on by the 7 Roach aggression, and then we saw the follow-up 2 base all in. I mean, technically we had some drones on the way behind it, but again, it was a 43 drones, mass Roach Ravager, and ByuN did not see it coming. He lost the Banshee. He lost the Banshee across the map, so he wasn't able to see what was coming his way. He didn't see the third base and lack of saturation. ByuN was caught with his pants down. The pants were down. GG gets called. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into game 3. And again, we'll see who claims the series. This could still go either way. As I mentioned before, in the live version of the game, we have seen Yakov take maps off of ByuN before, even in the PTR, and now we're seeing it here as well. But oh, game 3. Oh, sorry, I'll be honest, I didn't even see the map pool. But Sanctuary 3 made it in. Let's go. I did rate it highly. I remember being very sad and very disappointed that Sanctuary 3 struggled in the TLMC voting, the public voting. But looks like it made it through based off of some of the other voting instead. Yeah, the article was released earlier. So the pro players, they voted on Lockdown, Attorney's Edge, and Rainfall. And then tournament organizers, we got Old Sun Temple, Sanctuary 3, and Rorschach in. Old Sun Temple from tournament organizers? Wait. Did XR not... Exarch, no. I just assumed that Exarch made it through because I think it was a part of the PTR map pool. Ay. Oh, that's so unfortunate. We'll discuss this during the podcast. But that's so sad. No Exarch, and we got both of the other 4 placeable maps instead. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, let's go. Spawning in the left-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the Rainfall made it through. Interesting. Rorschach made it through. That's kind of crazy. I mean, I guess I understand a little bit just because it's from tournament organizers. But regardless, here we go. Spawning in the left-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the red Zerg player going for an early pull first. It is Young Yakov for Standy Balls. Let's go. Let us go. As we are going to be opening up. And once again, welcome to Sanctuary 3. So Sanctuary 3 is an interesting map in the map pool. I will say it's more of like one of the more medium-sized maps in the map pool. We do have the low ground third option, we have the low ground fourth option, we have the high ground third option here towards the left-hand side. And this leads into a much more direct attack path across the map in towards your opponent's third base as well. To slow that down, we have slow zones. There are slow zones in the center. We do have some towers that can be knocked down to fully wall this area off. And we have added some extra terrain here just to choke some things up here to try to engage and to try to slow down a push as well. I remember that during our judging phase, I was very concerned about the aggressive timing from third to third, and there are aspects of the map that have been adjusted to alleviate that and to try to allow for some more defensive options or some ways to kind of counteract that sort of thing. Meanwhile, remember, early pool. Early pool leads into early ling aggression. We have 6 lings moving out across the map. ByuN this time does open with a Reaper. So he's going for the Reaper scouts. As the Reaper moves out, lings are moving in. Yakov, again, he wants to delay and disrupt that opener, that CC. Exarch did make it, yeah. I just assumed that it would make it just because, if you remember, Exarch was added to the PTR map pool for like 2 days, I guess, or like a day. I believed. Oh. Yeah, things are caught out. Ducklings are caught out. So meanwhile, ByuN, he will expand quite nicely here, especially with his Reaper turning back home. So ByuN's able to build up on 2 bases. Meanwhile, that is a 3:35 lair time. Oh my god, a very fast lair here by YangYakov. I believe the fastest we've seen so far in the series. So 3:35 with this early lair. Feels like potentially 2 base Muta. As I mentioned before, this can lead into, say, like a Lin Queen Nidus all in. There is an Overlord that is suspiciously moving towards the main, and the main base is quite large. There is a bit of an area here that we can make use of. So there's potential for a Lin Queen Nidus all in. Otherwise, we're expecting a Spire.
Creep to more unforced attack.
Oh, he's got the Abathur voice back. Overlord moves in. Is a temptation there? Ah, Bailiness and a 3rd Gas Geyser. You don't need 3 gases for Nidus play. So 3rd Gas Geyser screams like more tech. 4th Gas Geyser as well screams 2 base Muta. Safety Bailiness is an interesting choice here, as the Overlord does pull away. Just poked in for just a scout. Just a scout into the main base. Does confirm the 1/1/1 follow-up. Oh, into a 3/1/1. Before the 3rd CC. A much more committed, much more aggressive follow-up here, which we have been seeing more from ByuN in the PTR. We saw this in the PTR. Some heavy bio play in the mid game. Meanwhile, 2 base Muta out of YangYakov. And will ByuN be able to punish said 2 base Muta? We'll see. We shall see. John does poke in. Pokes in, pulls away. And now is deflected. Yeah, go getting into his Spire. And so far, ByuN is unaware. So far, ByuN doesn't know. No contaminate option, unfortunately. No NG for it. Yeah, there was no NG. At least our scout does get a better idea of what's going on. Again, no 3rd CC. And I'm curious if this hits in time to punish Muta play. I'm not entirely certain here. Not entirely certain. As ByuN did scout the fast lair. He also confirmed the late 3rd. So ByuN, he reads this as Muta play. So there we go. Bam, turrets get thrown down. So very nice read here by ByuN when he saw that lair. As ByuN, he's waiting for Stim. For those who are curious, we're just waiting a little bit more for Stim. Upgrade is still not ready. ByuN is posturing. Muta gets spotted. ByuN, he does spot the Mutas. ByuN responds. So far, zoning them away. Behind this, we have Bailing Speed being researched. In a little bit more time, YangYakov, he will be ready. And again, I don't see any. There's still no 3rd CC here for ByuN. He's still committing. He moves out. It's everything. He moves out with everything he has. Does not pull the boys. But still, again, committed on 2 bases. Music come in from behind. They do catch a Marine. And how many Bailings are ready? 5. But again, Bailing Speed is ready in time. And that's what's important. Yakov, he has Bailing Speed. ByuN pushing on the right hand side. Bailings in move in. Tank does siege. Yeah, tank does siege up. Very nice spread here in the Bailings. They do not connect. Oh, they do connect. They do graze the army. Marines, they do go down. Half of them do, but the other half does keep pushing. There's still 3 Bailings left. Tank shots. Yeah, tank boy is going off, and Yakov barely does hold. Whew. Yakov, he does hold on. Cleans up the army. 2nd wave is on the way. How many Bailings left over? 2. Only 2. We need more. We need to morph in some banelings. Uh-oh. There we go. 5 banelings on the way. That's going to be 7 in total. 7 banelings. Remember, ByuN is 2 ace all in. Remember, there's no third. There's no third CC. There's no base in sight. It's all or nothing. Either ByuN kills young Yakov or he dies trying. Yakov, can he hold on? He's got 7 banelings. Soon to be 13. I don't think ByuN has enough, to be honest. Unless he has like the most amazing splits, and if he can focus on the banelings and shut them down, then maybe. And use they catch reinforcements. Nice pickups so far. Marines, they move in. They catch a queen. Does catch a queen. Banelings forced to engage. And 1 baneling goes down. We do see the surround coming in from behind. And ByuN is getting picked apart here. Losing more reinforcements, more marines, medevacs, tanks as well. Some rough losses here for ByuN. At the same time, ByuN does kill the third. Does kill the third base. So there is some damage being done, and ByuN, he will save both tanks. Pulls away, rotates. Young Yakov, his own backup third. His 4th base was very late. True. That's on Young Yakov. That could have been thrown down earlier. That's on Yakov. And still all nothing here for ByuN. As they move in. Oof. They do land a shot on the medevac. Oh, good. We gotta respect the slow zones. Both players do. As ByuN does sit past the army. There are some marines that defend back at home, and it looks like they get overwhelmed. He commits. Yeah, Yakov does commit to the fight. He does break through the production line. Marines are going down, and ByuN has to move in. He's being forced. He's being forced to commit. As ByuN lose everything back at home. Again, it's still looking bleak here for ByuN. It's looking bleak, Bappy. Hatchery goes down. Yakov is supply blocked. And Yakov, he commits to the base trade. He commits to the base trade. He avoids the main fight. He avoids the main army. Just sending everything across the map. I believe he's leaving his banelings. Yep, does leave the banelings back at home. And he does bust into the mineral line. Can he do it? Gets all the SCVs. We can just keep going. Yeah, can just keep going. But Yakov, he turns back around. I think he has enough. I believe he does have enough here. As he turns everything around. And again, now this army is spread out. It's isolated. Yakov can engage. We can see ByuN trying to read this. But I don't think the ring count is high enough. Oof. Banelings, they smash in. ByuN is trying to reinforce. Oof. Tank falls. Gets a tank. Gets another. 2 tanks go down. Massive pickups. Gets 2. There's what, 3 left? 2. There's 2 left. 2 left. Down to 1. Yeah, 1 tank remaining, and Ling Bang does roll in, and Yakov, he is done. He's just picked ByuN apart. The 2 ace all in is failing. Yeah, the 2 ace all in has failed. Every tank goes down, and with that, young Yakov will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Yakov, he will claim the series at 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. Again, ByuN, he was 2 base all in. He was hyper committed, hyper aggressive. But again, we saw that ByuN was not able to gain much ground. The first fight was really brutal for ByuN, if you remember. It was very, very brutal, where he did take some banelings to the face. If you remember, initially we were like mid-sentence praising ByuN, and then mid-sentence we were like, oh, he lost half his marines. Like ByuN, he did struggle to split towards the end. He bled out a bunch of marines, and with that he could not keep pushing. With that, his push was delayed. I will say the 4th base for young Yakov was late, so Yakov had a bit of a shakier defense than what it should have been, as he lost his 3rd expansion, but he did a great job catching reinforcements, stemming the tide, and delaying the all-in, and minimizing its strength as well by catching all those reinforcements, forcing back the army, going for the pseudo base trade, catching the mineral line. And again, ByuN's army was getting weaker over time. It was getting weaker as young Yakov's was getting larger, was getting stronger. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations, and Yakov, he will claim the series. And with that, let's catch up with the bracket. Let's figure out what's going on. Where exactly are we? Ooh, okay. This is something we're seeing a little bit more common, more frequently here as a herO. herO takes down Gene Machine 2-0. herO is waiting for the winner of Percival and Christiana in the upper semifinals. So we have a Protoss player in the upper semis. Meanwhile, SHIN takes down Shino, and we have a ZVZ in the semis. This is becoming more of a commonality in recent days in PTR2 and in the live version. Typically, we were expecting ByuN versus SHIN. Here, it's going to be Yakov versus SHIN instead. ZVZs, we're seeing them a little bit more. Oh boy. Here we go. We are getting ready here. Veto's underway. When we come back, we'll have that Zerg versus Zerg matchup. Bearing in mind, we will cast both semifinals, lower semis first, and then the upper semis with herO thereafter. We'll get there. We will get there. So for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys soon after the break. Just catching up. What if it's because the patch is too fresh or the balance is too much favoring Zerg? For that game specifically, I believe that ByuN felt pressured to... I would say that the balance affected that last game in a bit of a different way. Obviously, the lava rates being increased means that Yakov could actually build up an army faster than normal. But the desire for ByuN to be hyper aggressive and to go for a 2-base all-in is because currently mid to late game play is much more difficult, or is perceived to be more difficult for Terran because of the increased production that Zerg has, right? So in a way, the build of choice from ByuN was impacted by the current state of the game, and the game itself might not have been impacted too much by the patch or by the current strength of Zerg, but the build itself was, like, the intentionality, like the rationale behind going for a 2-base all-in, if that makes sense. Whereas in the live version of the game, most likely we wouldn't have seen ByuN go for an all-in in that kind of position. But regardless, we are going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals, or semi-finality of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 136. Again, the very first tournament on the new live version of the game. And just like over the weekend, when it comes to the PTR tournaments that we had with GSLCK, we have some ZVZs. On the one hand, ZVZs used to be they were very rare over the past 12 months during the previous patch, and now we're getting a little bit more of it here. For good reason, of course. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Rainfall, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg, it is SHIN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg player himself representing Stowny Balls. It is YangYako. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As we're getting into our ZVZ. Let's go. Let us go. And already early on, we do have an early pool timing out of SHIN. Yeah, we do see YangYako not too much later with his own pool as well. I believe this was not a 10 pool. Not a 10 pool here. A bit of a pool first, that is true, but not overly aggressive. And welcome to Rainfall. Rainfall is one of the more aggressive maps of the map pool. Short rushes and spy ground. Open third. Open fourth. Open area in between the bases as well. So aggression is favored on this map. We expect aggression. We expect a shorter series here in general. We'll see when we take our gases. For now, pull first into Hatchery. This screams a 2-base Lair. It screams 2-base Roach at least, potentially 2-base Muta. The rationale behind this is because gases are so late, Link speed is delayed, Banelingness is going to be delayed as well, and because that's so delayed, we expect to see players skip speed and skip Baneling straight into Roach play and straight into Lair tech as well. As we have our first wave of Lings on the way, 6 Lings here for SHIN. Yakov, he's the first to flinch. He's the first to take a gas geyser. True. The first to take his gases. Lings they move out, but behind this we should be joining. Saturating up. And building up from here. Meanwhile, there it is. The tuna's back, Bappy. The sparkling tuna itself. Let's go. As things they move out across the map. When it comes to the meta itself, I should also speak on this just because, of course, there's going to be discussions about it. I already see it in the chat as well. When it comes to some of the changes in the PTR and in the current live version of the game, the big one that we saw that hits not too long ago was the lava rate increase. Now, if you remember this... As hopefully everything's okay. It looks like there's a bit of a ping spike here. For YangYako. But if you remember, so the lava rate was increased. This was a couple of days ago. I think it was on Thursday or Friday. A couple of days ago in PTR version 2. That's when that did occur. And then bam, we immediately, like less than 24 hours later, like 12 hours just later, we did have GSLCK. We hosted GSLCK. So that was the first big event that showcased the PTR version 2. And we saw Zerg dominate in that event. We saw Maru struggle. Sorry, Maru, he made it through. If you remember, he played a TVP. We saw herO struggle, we saw Classic struggle, and we saw Clem struggle. Clem, Classic, and herO all got 3-0'd. They had some really rough games, really rough matches, all against Zerg. And we saw a knee-jerk shadow patch or shadow fix the next day. Basically, the next day, less than 24 hours later, bam, that got shadow fixed or shadow patched. And then they alleviated that a little bit. It went from 9 seconds to 9.5, which does help. That's true. So they increased the time that it takes for lava to spawn a little bit as a reaction to that. I will say that we haven't really seen many games using that new like updated version of the lava increase rate, and that's what we are live with now. So bearing in mind that the lava rate was even faster in that first day of GSLCK, right? It was even faster and it was crazy. It has been slowed down a little bit, but by like half a second, like which is so it's still quite fast. It's still quite fast to the point where I remember like Maru was even saying that he didn't even notice a difference like between the two. Like it was still insane. And what does that mean in the end? It means that Zerg, their rate of growth is much higher. We're Bane busting, by the way. We're going for a Bane Bust, YangYako. He's not droning. He's going for a Link Flood. A Link Flood Bane Bust here by YangYako. The game is about to end. Either YangYako kills SHIN or he dies trying. SHIN, he will fully wall off. Ooh, wall is broken, but the Lings are too late. The Lings there. This is not quite lined up here. Yeah, Lings now moving in. We have a secondary wall behind this. Trying to buy more time. The Queens are trapped. And down goes one. Down will go both Queens. And again, SHIN, can he buy enough time for his Roaches? Can he buy enough time? Now, Roach Horn is going to go down. We have 4 roaches on the way. 5 roaches. Oh, clutch transfuse. Buying a little bit more time here. The Roach Horn does fall. 6 roaches in production. And can we buy enough time for the roaches? Oh, the Bailings. Yeah, they should move in. They focus on the Spine Crawler. And massive connection. Spine Crawler goes down. The Queen's going to be falling as well. But the roaches, they pop out just in time. Oh my god. Yeah, they just barely pop out. So drones can be pulled. And SHIN is holding. SHIN, he's trying to hold on. Oh, that's around. Yeah, Leagues, they get in. They try to surround. Once again, the boys are being pulled. 2 drones go down. These are acceptable losses for SHIN. Yeah, whole position micro with the workers. Nicely done. Pulls back the roaches. But this might still be too much. It might be too much here. 9 drone kills. With that, SHIN still has a worker lead, by the way. And SHIN does hold. SHIN, he holds, he survives. With this, SHIN did lose a bunch of his tech. He lost his Roach Horn. He lost all of his queens as well. But he does have the lair. It does have that lair. If SHIN wants to, I was going to say 2-base muta. He can go 2-base muta. Spire gets thrown down. Who needs roaches when you take to the skies when you're going to muta play? Meanwhile, Yakov is stuck on hatch tech. So he's down in tech. Likewise, he's trying to catch up economically. He's been mining less for longer. And SHIN takes the lead from here. But speaking a little bit back on it, so again, the rates of growth of Zerg players has now been increased because of the larva. Because of the larva rate, it means that you can drone out faster, you can produce an army faster as well. And if you're curious as to why this occurred because Zerg players were lacking any kind of aggressive options with the lower worker start. So this was meant to be the solution to that, to allow for some Zerg aggression to be available when it comes to early game play, compared to the other races. Of course, they were at a deficit because of that lower drone count and because of the later hatchery. It seems to me, at least, that because that this quote-unquote solution to that problem was short-sighted by Blizzard. They didn't necessarily, whoever made the decision to implement it didn't necessarily consider how it would impact the mid to late game. They only considered the early game. So like they thought to themselves like, okay, so Zerg is struggling in the early game of the PTR, like there's limited options than there were previously, so we want to try to increase some variety early on, but that impacted every other stage of the game as well. Which it seems like was an oversight from Blizzard. And again, as we mentioned, like they did take a bit of a step back on that, and they increased the spawn rate from 9 seconds to 9.5. They increased it a little bit, but the argument is that it might still be too much. And I say argument because we've only had 2 days of testing when it comes to the 9.5 second lava spawn rate. It's only been 2 days, but despite that, like that is for sure like the perception that we're seeing so far from that change. Something that I started this tournament broadcast off with, if you weren't here at the beginning, you might not have heard, but I do believe that there's a high chance that we're going to be getting like an amendment patch that will adjust numbers, but I don't think we'll see any kind of major changes from there. So the idea of, as we just surround the roaches, very nice surrounded by Yakov. We'll clean this up. Mutas are revealed. And Yakov is flooding. He's flooding across the map as well. He knows that he's being outscaled by the mass muta. So he has to break through. Pressure's on. Gets a queen. Queen goes down, busts into the mineral line. Again, Yakov, he has to commit. He's going to kill all the drones. Oh my god. Yeah, 3 drones go down. 4 drone kills. But honestly, pretty acceptable losses. This is not too bad. Only 4 workers go down. SHIN, he holds, he defends. We have more links setting up for another counterattack, but SHIN is getting further and further ahead. Getting further ahead. How many mutas? 11. 11 mutas against only 2 queens. Spores are being thrown down. Overlord's getting caught out. Lings are spotted by the Overlord of SHIN. And again, Yakov, he was close. He was close to breaking through, close to breaking SHIN, but not quite enough. As more Lings try to find a way in. They will apply some pressure. They do get a kill in the Evo chamber. Chamber goes down. Getting up to 12. It's going to be 15 Mutalisks. Yakov is rushing into Infestors. Okay. Okay, let's go. This can potentially buy time with fungal growths, but it's still going to be a difficult defense here for young Yakov. But winding back, just touching on what I mentioned, at this point, I don't expect any major changes anymore. I know there are some people that are like, they're huffing some copium and being like, oh, you know, now that the patch is live, that means there's going to be more testing, and that means that we can make some bigger changes because of all the testing that's happening. It's like, no, sure. Like now that we're live, we're pretty locked in. I can definitely see Blizzard like changing some of the numbers and maybe reverting like the larva rate increase, or messing around with it even further and bringing it back up to like 10 seconds or something. Or messing around with with warp-in times for the pylon changes, and maybe even some resource costs with like the warp gate warp-ins, or like messing around with those numbers. I can see that happening. But when it comes to like the overarching like changes that have been made, I feel like we're locked in regards to the changes to warp gates, in regards to the worker start changes, in regards to like the core aspects of the patch. I feel like are most likely locked in at this point. But I can see like a couple of the numbers being adjusted here and there. But we'll see. We'll see. See what happens. As for now, the mutas have gained map control. As I mentioned before, Yakov, he's been all in this entire game, and he was close. Like Yakov, he was close to breaking this position, close to breaking SHIN. He did break through the wall, kill the Eva chamber, kill the queens, but just not enough economic damage. Just not enough economic damage. So Yakov is just being outscaled over time. SHIN, he's up heavily in workers, heavily in saturation and resource collection. Likewise, we can see that SHIN is not going mass muta. If he was purely going mass muta, this is where a couple of infestors could make or break a fight, right? You land a couple of fungals, chain fungal as well, and you can maybe like cause an upset and catch out the mutas. But the issue here is that, yes, we have mass muta, but now roaches. Now it's all about that roach switch here from SHIN. So he's switching into a ground army, which means now you need something more complex to deal with this composition of SHIN as an army that young Yakov cannot deal with. He just doesn't have the economy for it. Oh. So again, just a really rough game state here for Yakov. We have some banelings. SHIN who will clean up. Yeah, it cleans up. Likewise, behind this, we have the Ultra Cavern on the way. Young Yakov trying to rush into Ultras. Okay, let's go. Aye. Why SHIN made 5 Eva chambers? If you missed out in the early game, I don't know if you're trolling, but the reason why we have all these chambers is because SHIN had to panic wall because he was being all in. If you maybe missed out on the start of the game, but could just be a troll comment. True, does he not know that he can't get that many upgrades at once? He might not know that. We should tell him. We should let him know. SHIN, do you know how Zerg upgrades work? Kappa. Maybe he doesn't know. As now roaches, they move out. Roaches, they move out across the map. They will bring down the expansion. Hatchery will fall. And again, Yakov just is, he cannot keep up supply-wise or economically here with SHIN. As they're walking in, they're waddling in, Pappy. We've got 4 ultras on the way, but again, they're lacking upgrades. They're lacking kindness plating. Shout out to the microbial shroud. True. We have mass microbial shrouds and ultras. They're putting in some work. They're doing what they can. Oof. Yeah, they hold the line for what they can here, but roaches are being focused. Sorry, ultras are being focused down. We'll lose all 4 ultras. I mean, hey, they traded as best they could. Like they held the line for as long as they could there. It was impressive, but still breaks through. Oof. And GG gets called. With that SHIN, he'll take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. SHIN will take a lead in the series. Winding it back again, this all came down to the failed all-in and the failed second all-in out of young Yakov. Initially, he did go with his initial Ling Bane bust, which was able to break through the front door, kill some queens, and kill the Roach Warren, but not much more than that. I want to say 4 drones were killed, so not enough damage. Then we had the second Ling Flood, if you recall, when mutas were revealed, which also didn't do much damage either. A couple of drones went down. In the end, SHIN was able to outscale with a faster lair, with mass muta, and in the end was able to gain map control and build up a greater economy. Sure, on the one hand, we had young Yakov, who was trying to take up in towards infestors and ultras, but because he was so far behind economically, his army, the size of his army, could not really compare. And with that, GG well played. With that, SHIN takes the lead in the series. Now we're going to be loading into game numero 2. Let's go. Loading into lockdown. Loading into lockdown. And we'll see if Yakov can bring us back to the ace match, or if SHIN will close it out. Let's go. Show those rushes at 2-2. Yeah, they're 2-2 with Microbial Shroud. Specifically, the Microbial Shroud was helping a lot there. Those ultras were tanking a lot of shots. The ultras on the right-hand side specifically. But yeah, they're 2-2. They did not have kindness plating. Bear that in mind. They were lacking kindness plating. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of lockdown, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself, representing Stony Balls. It is young Yakov. Let's go. Let us go. For what it's worth, Lambert thinks ZVT got worse for Zerg and ZVP got better. I would have to listen to his rationale. If his opinion is it got worse, I would imagine he's speaking specifically about the late game, because again, ghosts are very, very strong in the late game. If you've been watching PTR tournaments and our casts, you would know that, as we have seen SHIN and Solar and many other top Zerg players struggle against Terran, specifically in the late game. But ever since the most recent changes, these past couple of games, we've not gotten to that stage. Like, we have not experienced the game isn't lasting long enough to get to like Ghost versus Brewlord Infest or anything like that. What's the other thing that would maybe give Lambert that impression? Maybe early Reapers, right? Like, if you recall, because of the lower SCV counts, you get a faster reaction, you get a faster first Reaper, and there's maybe sentiment that in ZVT it might be more standard to go pool first instead of hatch first. That's maybe another factor as well. There's a couple of like things there, I suppose. But regardless, we are going to be calming things down. We do have a bit of slight variation here when it comes to our openers. This is going to be a later gas geyser once again by young Yakov. Later gas out of Yakov, more standard opener out of SHIN. With this, we'll see if Yakov does go for, say, faster tech and later link speed. We'll keep an eye on Yakov. Bearing in mind that, welcome to lockdown, we have a ramp. We have a ramp coming into the natural. Because of this ramp, it does mean that 2-base play is stronger on this map. So the idea of rolling off on 2 bases and getting a faster lair is a little more incentivized on lockdown. Much, much more incentivized. So I'm most curious about Yakov just because he does have later gas. And even here, like, he's only mining 2 in gas. So there's a chance he will skip link speed. Speaking of, SHIN, he has the money for it. No link speed. Which is intentional. In my mind, both players should be skipping, but we'll see. If link speed is ever researched here, it's ideally would be catching your opponent off guard. Yep, there it is, 2-base lair. So 2-base lair, and we're walling off. As we try to emphasize, specifically maps that have ramps coming into the natural, it's very common to skip link speed and just go straight for 2-base lair. When you go 2-base lair like this, it could be a couple different things. It could be a 2-base roach all-in with fast roach speed. It could be 2-base muta. It could be like a 2-base nidus all-in variation. True. Or we could try to hide a link flood. But as we can see, both players are embracing those layers. There is no hidden speed. Now, SHIN's lair is slightly faster because he had faster gas income. So, faster lair, faster roaches. There is a world where this game can lead into muta versus muta. It could be 2-base spire versus 2-base spire, and then we get into muta wars. That is a possibility. Muta wars are quite rare, but it is possible. +1 range. Okay, so young Yakov, he's investing much more into roach play. So it looks more like 2-base roach. 2-base roach into either an all-in or 2-base roach into a delayed third. Meanwhile, muta play out of SHIN. So both players, they do deviate from their initial tech path. Muta by SHIN, roach by young Yakov. Now, I will say that there is a window in time where, because Yakov is going to have a very strong and robust ground army, he can go for a really strong timing here and try to kill SHIN as SHIN builds up muta play instead. So there is a window in time where SHIN is going to be vulnerable. But if that window closes, and if young Yakov misses that timing, the mutas will gain map control, and young Yakov is going to be stuck at home. So immediate play can be... He scouts! Ooh, that should not have happened. That should not have happened. Shin does mess up. The Spire has been scouted. Shin now knows he's been scouted as well. Plus on range, sorry, plus on melee is on the way, so he's committing into mass muta. And now Yakov knows. Now he has information to be more assertive here, but he still has to wait for the upgrades. Like, regardless, he has to wait. Nidus Swarm. Yeah, this makes sense. Like, the idea of waiting for these upgrades and moving across the map on lockdown, it's going to take so long. It's going to take so long, so he's going for the Nidus all in. And as we mentioned, the window is there. The window is there where shit is vulnerable. Mutas, they kill roaches, but very slowly, right? Like, because roaches are so tanky, it will take a long time to kill the roaches. By the time all the roaches are killed, there's a chance that Shin will lose a mineral line, right? He'll lose a mineral line. He might lose everything, actually. Lings, they counterattack. This is important. This is going to be buying some time. This is going to be distracting the roaches. Nidus Swarm is done. Roaches are distracted. We do have an overseer here near the main. And Yakov is all in. So straight up 2-base all in by young Yakov. Ooh, the Overlords are getting caught. The Overlords are getting caught out. Overseer goes further in. Do we just commit to the Nidus anyway? The Overseer. Oh, it does get changed and gets caught as well. And no Nidus. Oh, there's no vision. Look at the vision. There's nothing. Zero vision across the map. Ay, ay, ay. There is a bit of a lag spike here, which is not ideal, but now we can't Nidus. What are we gonna do? We have nothing. Yeah, there's no vision across the map, and with that, Yakov is stuck at home. And it's looking a little bit more rough here. I guess we can just walk across the map. Tunneling Claws on the way, Burrows on the way. This is a little bit desperate. This is a way to get across the map without being seen by the Overlords, right? This is the way to get across the map and try to sneak out and try to cause some chaos. This is just free damage, is what we were worried about. The window where the all-in could work is closing. The window's closing. Ah. And Yakov, he's droning up. Oof. Again, the whole point of this was to go for the all-in, and that means that Yakov, he has no drones, he has no saturation. Trying to drone from here is going to be so difficult. Yakov is playing from behind. He's playing from behind. The initial plan has fallen apart. The Nidus Swarm achieved nothing. And with that, shit is looking comfortable. Looking very comfortable. Oof. I did notice that lag spike, by the way. Oh, we're getting a lag spike. Uh-oh. So Yakov, he was experiencing a lag spike earlier, and now it's our turn. Looks like the servers are a little bit unstable, and if I start to lag out, I'll just leave the game. Oof. Hatchery goes down. Okay, we're stabilizing. You can't see it on top left, but I just shot up to 2,000 ping in game. Like, that's very abnormal. But I just randomly shot up to 2,000 ping, and now I'm going back down. I'm down to like 1,000 ping, down to 900. So like a really random lag spike. But we've been hearing this from a lot of players in the current live version of the game. Servers have been a little bit unstable today. Okay, we're good. Back down to normal. As they move in, they catch out 2 queens. 1, 2, 3 queens going down. Very nice. And there's no anti-air. There's no anti-air. 4 queens go down. All the spores as well. As I mentioned, like Yakov, after the failed all-in, there's just not really much here. Spores are on their own. We do have a fungal. Just the one. Oof. It's all settled for a mineral line. What little drones are left. 5 more drone kills. When the hatchery is going to go down as well. And massive pickoff. Base goes down.
Game paused.
My ping stabilized, but it looks like Jakub is having... Yeah, he's having another lag spike. Ah! Yeah, it's... Smooch. But we experienced a lag spike earlier as well. Like, it's just... The servers are dying, pappy.
Game resumed.
I don't know if it's related to the patch, or it could be like it's been known for like DDoSing to happen as well, like especially if there are certain people that are really upset with the patch. Like we have seen Blizzard servers attacked by DDoSing before. I would not rule that out, to be honest, just because there's been a very vocal and very upset part of the community that I probably would go that far. Blizzard servers have been DDoS in the past for certain patches. Oh. That shit moves in. And once again, Jakub, he's building up a robust entire army here with a decent Hydra count, with Infestors. He's got Microbial Shroud available instantly. He's got Fungals as well. Like, he does have a pretty threatening force, but this is also why it's important that it's not purely a Muta army. There's Lingbane, right? There's Lingbane as well. SHIN is maxed out, and we need some incredible Fungals and Microbial Shrouds to survive this. And even then, like, I don't know if there's enough. But he's rolling in. Does roll in, lands one Fungal. Banes, they connect. Ooh, yeah, insane connections. We have 3 Infestors left, down to 2. 2 Infestors. Oh, does land another Fungal. Down to 1. And no more Fungals. No more Fungals. GG gets called, and SHIN will overwhelm. SHIN will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. And GG, well played. Congratulations, SHIN. He will claim the series. He will advance on. Again, unfortunately, Jakub, he was experiencing a little lag spikes, not just in this game, but even previously against Geralt it was happening, and we experienced some lag spikes as well. So hopefully that does clear up over the next couple of days, as there are some big events that are on the horizon, like ByuN Cup, Mice of the Game, Homestory Cup as well. Regardless, GG. GG, well played here. SHIN will claim the series against a very intense play here. Both players opening up 2 base in that last game. If you remember, Jakub, his initial plan was 2 base Nidus all in. He was trying to go for the 2 base Nidus all in, but he lost every Overlord and the Overseer as well. So in the end, he did lose any kind of vision, any kind of scouting, which means that the Nidus all in failed before it really began. He never got into it, and after it failed, he was already on a low drone count, right? He had a low drone count to begin with because of the all in. He didn't really have any plan moving forward. He didn't have any tech moving forward either. So it all just kind of fell apart after the failed aggression. And he didn't even get a chance to be aggressive is the issue. Didn't even get a chance as he had 0 vision across the map. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, SHIN. He will claim the series. We'll claim the series, and we are getting ready for our upper semis. We're getting ready for the upper semifinals. It is going to be a best of 3 between herO and Percival. Un momento. Turn Protoss to beautiful. So do set up as we jump in. Okay, here we go. So it looks like Vidas are done, players are ready, and we're going to be jumping into the Old Sun Temple, one of the larger maps on the map pool, of a 4-player small map as well. True. We do have a couple of 4-player small maps. Unfortunately, no X-Arc. I am a little bit sad about that for sure. I'm disappointed that it did not get vetted in. But here we go, spawning in the right-hand corner of the Old Sun Temple. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player himself, the red Terran himself. It is Percival. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Let's go. Let us go. As far as I know, they're exploring a mod patch, which isn't the first time it's happened. Yeah. We've had to play on mods before to patch the game. That happened with the Cyclone mod. True. Did happen with the Cyclone mod. As Percival, as again, welcome to the Old Sun Temple. You can spawn in 4 different locations: top left, top right, bottom right, or bottom left. And Percival here will risk it all with the proxy racks. Let's go. Does proxy dead set in the center here of Old Sun Temple. Now, when it comes to this map and when it comes to scouting, Exarch and Fear and Faith did make use of the monorail system, attaching and connecting all the bases. Here instead, we have speed zones. You can see speed zones here all around the center. This does help speed up scouting. Does help. But as we can see, herO's going for a gate expand, going for a bit of a later probe scout from the side of herO. But it looks like he is going to be checking the left-hand side. Yeah, he's going to find Percival immediately. So very fortunate here. herO, he will confirm that the Rax is missing. He will confirm. Are any of the new maps particularly funky? I mean, we have a couple of 4-player small maps like this. We do have Rorschach, which is very aggressive and very intense. Rorschach features a healing pad dead set in the center of the map. Those are the ones that come to mind. There are some more aggressive maps, but they're more traditionally aggressive, like Rainfall. And there are some more like kind of mid-tier maps or like middle-of-the-road maps as well. But if you're looking for anything like crazy chaotic, I think the closest you're going to find is Rorschach, just because of the healing pad. Here's Rorschach is a small map, short rush distance by ground, and a healing pad in the main attack path. That's the as Reaver does poke in. Yeah, it does poke in, and so far we'll disrupt the early game here, denying some mining. Killing 1 probe so far. Does he get 2? Oh, he does. Yeah, 2 probe kills, not bad. As behind this, we are expanding. Okay, so just initially some Reaper aggression to get some damage done early on. That's going to be 3 probes falling, not bad. And then behind this, going for our own follow-up into CC on the high ground into our own early game. Ooh, nice catch. herO can intercept. He's looking. He's looking, and so far, herO, he does catch the Reaper. Yeah, it does catch him in the end. We'll lock him down. Reaper cannot escape. That was 2 Reapers for 3 probes. In the end, I would still say a better trade for herO, especially considering the Rax is in the air. So the Rax isn't able to help when it comes to making add-ons or any kind of additional production. Production is delayed for Percival. In the end, I would say that this was not quite worth it for the Terran. Not quite. Back at home, we do have our tech follow-up here, going Twilight Council, most likely into Blink. Whether we go 2-gate, 3-gate, or 4-gate Blink Stalker, we'll keep an eye on herO. Keep an eye on him. As Hallucination does move in. Does confirm the follow-up here. There's no add-on on the starport. Doesn't have to worry about Banshees, about Raven Harass. Oh, okay, a delayed add-on swap. I like it. Este Percival. Cheeky moves out of Percival, going for a delayed swap here, going into Cloak Banshee. This is a big risk, considering that because it's delayed, this does mean that Percival's main production line is going to be late as well. Like, again, later Rax production, later factory as well. Everything has been delayed in favor of Cloak Banshee. And we'll see if it goes unscouted. Oh, that's... We don't see that too often. Hallucinated War Prism is coming in. And we'll see if herO can scout the tech lab. War Prism does back in, confirm stim, and does confirm the tech lab as well. He sees. Yeah, he sees, he knows. Despite the backflips that Percival's been doing here to hide his builds, he gets scouted. Scouted in the end. This will prompt Hero to get a robot. He already has one. He already has a safety robot here. Observer is now being chronoed. It was now on the way. Is now awakening his detection. Safety battery in the main base mineral line as well. And a safety battery in the natural mineral line. So batteries in both bases, detection as well. Low chance of the base to do damage. This is a rougher start for Percival. And it is a rougher start. Banshee moves in and might even catch a sentry. Sentry goes down, but so far just a sentry. Yeah, just a sentry and one probe. Yeah, one probe and a sentry. Banshee falls, Raven harassed into the main or into the natural base, but batteries are in position, and so far here he defends well. He defends well, likewise building up in towards the bay and towards splash damage. Here is so far looking good. Picking away at the Marines. Oh god, as we pick, I mean, I say we pick away, that's 10 Marines going down, that's crazy. 10 Marines have fallen, the Percival, he's being bullied. Blinking into the main base, going for the tech lab. Denying combat shields, one more volley, he gets it. He gets it, bleeds out one Stalker. Still a much better trade for herO. And Percival's getting picked apart. But again, as we mentioned before, a big reason for this is because of the rougher of the game. Very rougher of the game. The add-on swaps, the delayed production, everything was late for Percival. Later than normal, and it wasn't worth it. In the end, it was not worth it. The Banshees did not pay for themselves. Raven denies some mining. Oof, Medevac gets sniped. Colossus has arrived. And with all the Colossus, yeah, herO, he does shut this down. Percival expanding towards herO, let's go. Getting a CC on location, herO, he will scout this. Now, when it comes to these base locations, we didn't really get to speak much on the map itself, but the bases, I would say, are relatively defendable. We can see a very narrow choke point coming into the natural. Here as well, we can see we have a wall off here on the top side. There's only one entrance here towards the right-hand side instead. So you can centralize your army, and it's going to be a little bit difficult for any kind of run-bys or aggression to really hit this. I would say that this is one of the maps where it is easier to turtle up on 4 bases on, and easier to expand and get a 5th base as well, compared to Fear and Faith and compared to Exarch. Compared to the other 4-player spawn maps. Despite that, because of hero's lead, it's still going to be difficult here to try to get into the mid game. The pressure is still very much so on Percival. Colossus moving in now to 2 Colossi. Oh. And swipes on the Marines. A lot of Marines go down already. Heavy losses for Percival. The lasers, they just dominate. And Marines getting forced back. More Stalkers reinforced, catching out one of the Vikings. Gets one, gets 2. And 2 Vikings go down. And Percival cannot mine. He cannot mine from this base. Again, the losses from earlier were just too great. The devs, that was too much. Prism has arrived for reinforcements. Colossus, they kite away. Not the juggling. He juggles well. And herO snowballs out of control. With that, herO, he breaks the 3rd expansion. There is no mining, there is no army. GG gets cold, and herO takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. herO, he will take a lead in the series. Again, a very rough early game for Percival. Winding it back, went for the proxy racks. In the end, he got shut down. He killed 3 probes for 2 Reapers. Likewise, we saw Percival also delay his follow-up tech as well, trying to blindside his opponent, trying to play around a little bit with his timings, but in the end, he got scattered as well. And in the end, Percival, he was shut down. The Cloak Banshee was not worth it. And GG well played. Percival was just playing from behind. He was being bullied, punished for that deficit, and herO does snowball out of control. GG well played. With that, herO takes the lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. As we get into game 2, a big shout in the chat to Inco, Inco, papi. Gracias. Thank you so much for subscribing for 8 months. Thank you so much. We appreciate the support. Gracias, papi. Gracias. Inco. I didn't see an alert. I'll try to fix that up. But here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of BlackRock. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Oh. Leading the series 1-0, representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. The red Terran himself, the South Korean Terran. down in the series. Can he bounce back and make a series out of this? It is Percival. Here we go. So we're going to be opening up. Welcome one and all to Blackrock. Blackrock is going to be a more aggressive map of the map pool. The rush distance by ground isn't too short. I will say that there are areas here where you can engage ahead of time when it comes to making use of the tall grass or these choke points as well. But I will say that the third and fourth bases are very open. They're very, very open here and very exposed. So we'll see. We'll see if the defending player can maintain themselves. I would say that aggression is favored on Blackrock. Likewise, as you can see, this is a Warcraft 3 inspired map. We do see our watchtowers here. We have our orc decorations with aesthetic. There we go. Orc aesthetic. As we mentioned earlier here, the orc models were removed and they were replaced by Tauren Marines, which is still in theme, to be fair. And I know it's a model that I didn't know existed, to be fair. Had no idea. So I appreciate it's still within theme. ¿Es en vivo? Sí, sí, es en vivo. Also coming back to playing again after several years, just looking to know which maps I gotta play different. I mean, if you're asking about that, there are, of course, maps that are more aggressive. There are other maps that are more defensive. As we try to mention here, for example, like there's nothing too crazy about Blackrock, but the fourth base and the third base are more spread out and they're more accessible here, so it can be difficult to be the defending player. Can be quite difficult. And so far it is going to be a single gas opener, but racks into factory delayed CC. Interesting. So a later command center here by Percival. I believe this is scouted by herO, checking his vision. Yep, does scout the factory. So herO is aware. Will hide the probe in the tall grass. Does keep it hidden. And comes in for the rescout. herO needs to confirm if is this a crazy one base all in, or can he even delay the CC? Oh. Ooh, not quite. Does at least confirm, though. Confirms the command center. As he does chase down the Reaper. One more shot. Oh, the Jinx! Can he get out? Where are we going? And in the end, we do regenerate some HP. True. The HP does regenerate, and Percival gets away. He does barely slip away. I say that the Shade will allow for one more shot to connect. But he's starting to regen. Ooh, yeah, it does regen in time, and Percival pulls out. It does pull out in the end. Does pull away. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of herO. Okay, interesting choice. Stargate openers are rarer in TVP, not unheard of, but they're a little bit rarer here. With this, we can go Oracle first into Phoenixes to try to harass. We do have a commitment to Reaper Hellion. And herO has time to respond. Does snipe one Reaper, but some heavy losses for herO. Back at home, we need a wall. We need SimCity. We do need that SimCity. herO trying to be proactive. We'll shoot first. Hellion taking a lot of hits. Very nice engagement. herO does snipe one of the Hellions. Some miscontrol to Percival. Doesn't get into the tall grass in time. Did not cancel the shots. herO pulls away. We once again trade with the Hellion. Yeah, we trade with the Hellion, and in the end, herO he does hold. It was a bit of a back and forth trade here. In the end, it was 2 Hellions and 2 Reapers for 2 Adepts and a Stalker. I'll still say a better trade for herO, considering that Percival was hoping for economic damage. He wanted economic damage, and he doesn't get it. There's that first Oracle, moving out across the map. Now remember, because the Reapers were fixated on damage, it does mean that Percival didn't get a scout off. It means that Percival, he has no idea what's in the main base. He does not know that it's not a Twilight Council, that it's a Stargate instead. So that's the downside of that Reaper aggression. 0 scouting. Marines in between the bases. The bunker is done, but SCVs will go down. Getting 1, 2, 3 SCV kills. Just 2 for the time being. I still find 3. Yeah. Getting up to 3, 4, getting up to 5. 5, 6 SCVs, getting up to 7 towards the end. A very nice damage here for herO. This Oracle does pay for itself and even gets a scout off. It confirms the tech lab on the starport. Does well the tech labs. Reaper is denied. Oh. Oh no! Okay, Reaper was a name move. We have a Widowmine drop into the main base, and with the retargeting, does get a Stalker and 2 probes. Okay, nice shot towards the end, but this is still not enough. Again, Percival is playing from behind. He will lose the medevac and both Widowmines. Technically, that was a really good mine shot, but that was 2 probes and a Stalker for 2 Widowmines and a medevac. As it was all cleaned up. With that hero, he maintains map control. He establishes his 3rd base. Ay, ay, ay. As hero moves in. Once again, just pulling Percival apart. Does pull him apart here. Catching out 2 SCVs. Oof. Zoning back the army. And again, just chipping away at the horses here. And then hero doesn't have to commit. He's already done enough damage to get ahead. Hero already has a very comfortable lead. Anything else is just a bonus. Just bonus damage. Percival is going to be zoned away. Hero is free to build up his own production. No splash damage yet, to be fair, but he's just building up in towards being Stalkers. And towards a greater gateway army. We have 5 gates on the way, Pappy. Oh, the gateways. Stargate against Terran is good again. Stargate play has been, do I say common? You'd always see it in series at this level of play. So if you haven't seen Stargate play, then you've not been watching StarCraft recently, Pappy. So we would see a lot of Stargate play. I say a lot of Stargate play. You'd see it mixed into the series. It's, to be fair, it is a little bit stylistic. Like, we would see Stargate play mixed in by players like herO, Classic, and Zaun. Someone like MaxPax, if you only watched like European StarCraft, MaxPax didn't really play much Stargate. He would not really mix it in too much. So you could argue it's a little bit stylistic. MaxPax, he would rarely deviate from Twilight Council Blink Stalker play. Rarely deviate. Ooh. So far, nice armor shred. It does shred the armor, and more Stalkers gonna be warping in. And once again, the Bio army just is not quite here. We do have a couple of Marauders dusting forward, but again, we're running out of Marines, running out of buffer. Does not have enough. Here he blinks well. Yeah, he does blink well here, and we're just running out of buffer. Avoid some mine shots. Marauders are now exposed. They're going to start going down. That was the backbone of the army. Down to 2 Marauders. Down to 2. Oh, we just blink in. There it is. Does blink forward. Lifting up the Cyclone. And we're down to 3 Marauders. Down to 2 once again, and there's just nothing else remaining. Nothing else here. We just chase down the army, and with that, GG gets called. Here he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. With that, here he will claim the series. Winding it back here, how did everything fall apart? We spoke about it earlier. Percival went for a very aggressive start. He went for a single gas opener into Rack's factory, into heavy Reaper Hellion aggression. Because of that, Percival did forego scouting information, so we had no idea what was going on. He needed the Reaper Hellion to do economic damage, but we saw that because hero scouted, he engaged ahead of time. Here he was able to engage ahead of time, engage with the army, shut it down in the center of the map, and it meant that 1, there was no economic damage, 2, there was no scouting either, and the Oracle did catch him off guard. Percival, he was caught with his pants down. The Oracle popped off in the main base, killed 7 SCVs, got away. Then, because of the Fiend's follow-up, and because Percival was already committed with a mine drop, he lost the mine drop as well, doing minimal damage. Also doing minimal damage, so Percival just fell further and further behind, and hero did snowball out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. With that, hero, he will claim the series. And with that, we have our grand finals. It is going to be a best of 5 between herO and SHIN. Let's go. Let us go. So we are getting ready here for our grand finals. It is going to be a best of 5. Before we get to the finals, let us catch up on the bracket itself, and let's catch up on La Rifa, baby. True. For those that are curious, for those that are maybe a little bit newer to our channel, every single week, every single tournament that we host, we do have something special for the players. We have a random raffle. It's a way to just give to the players and a way to spread the love and spread the support. And again, the raffle goes to any player that competed tonight that did not forfeit. If we had some forfeits, then we would remove the player, but as you can see here, everyone did play except for Ilya. Ooh, there was a forfeit here in the first round, so Ilya is ineligible from the raffle, but everyone else can compete, and we have 21 eligible players, and one random player will walk away a little bit richer. It could go to herO, it could go to SHIN, it could go to a finalist, or it could even go to a player that got knocked down in the first round, like Camo, for example, or Roxas, or Dave Latos, or Nurim, or Signor even. Senor. Could go to anyone. So again, it is time for La Rifa. Let's go. Bam. As you can see here, 21 players. And one player will walk away a little bit richer here. And who's it going to be? This week, congrats. And also hashtag rigged in the chat. Always, siempre, papi, siempre. Always rigged. This week, congratulations. Oh, congratulations to ByuN. GG, well played, ByuN. He may have got knocked out earlier in the tournaments, earlier in the quarterfinals, actually. But funnily enough, he may have gone down early. He went down to young Yakov, if you recall. As you can see here, he got knocked out in the quarterfinals. Still does walk away with some prize money. GG, well played. For those who are unaware, top 4 in our tournaments, top 4 gets paid out. So ByuN was not in the money. Now technically is, at least a little bit. Again, it's nothing crazy. It's only 5 USD, but you know, something for the players nonetheless. Congratulations, Este ByuN. Funnily enough, ByuN, he's always asking about the raffle. He's always asking about it every single week. He's like, "Yo, did I win? Did I win?" The gamba, baby, the gamba. The GG, well played. Congratulations to ByuN. Does earn the random raffle. As now we can get ready here for the grand finals. Light, is it possible to get these replays, or where can I get PTR replays? Chat, thanks for the answers. Hashtag, there we go. We have a command, ! replays in the chat. We do provide replay packs to our Patreon subscribers, our Patreons, or our Twitch subscribers as well. So if you do wish to get replays, and again, we do provide a lot of replays to our subscribers, you can do so via subscribing on Twitch or becoming a Patreon on Patreon. A patron on Patreon. So there you go. There you go. We have all the replay packs. Just catching up. Consolation prize for the patch. True. Just catching up. herO loses very frequently with Phoenix in TVP, but keeps doing it. So I mean, he loses and he wins. I mean, that's very herO, to be fair. It's very herO. But Stargate play, I would say, is a little bit more reliant on not being scouted. We speak about this a little bit when it comes to Spire play in ZVT, but alas, if you get scouted, if you get seen ahead of time, then it can be shut down quite hard. And one of the reasons why we saw herO get as much damage as he did is due to lack of scouting, lack of preparation, lack of realization as to what was happening. Un momento. Beautiful. Just catching up. Beautiful. Alright, we're good. herO, so we're getting into the lobby. herO, he's like... he sighed. Shin's like, oh, have you worked on any builds? And hero's like, it's my first time playing on the new version of the game. So hero, he's coming in raw, bappy. He has not been practicing. He hasn't played too much of this patch. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left hand corner. Are they? Shin playing. Please commentate well, herO, because Zerg is OP. There we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of BlackRock. We have our first finalist here. We have the red Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing T1. It is herO. Let's go. Let us go. And again, a shout out to Kronos. Kronos, for those who don't know, he is a fellow CranKy Duckling. He's one of our own. He is a Korean CranKy Duckling, and he is providing some translations. And very often, whenever we have Korea versus Korea, there's a lot of banter in the lobby chat. It can be difficult to keep up with, so Kronos providing some translations here. So, thank you to Kronos. The S in front stands for SHIN, so that was SHIN's comment. But if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Also, I guess, for those who are unaware, shout out to ryung. ryung, the Tuna Terran for the Tuna Cup, is also casting in Korean. He's casting in Korean. We're casting in English. So shout out to ryung. Este ryung. For now, we're going to be opening up, going to be selling in. Welcome to BlackRock. BlackRock, as I mentioned before, is a bit of a more open map when it comes to the third and fourth locations. Aggression can be favored, and I would say that coming into a more standard Nexus first, by the way, Jesus. Straight Nexus first out of here. When it comes to the mid game of PvZ, I will be favoring SHIN. Aggression is favored, and it's very common for Zerg players to cut workers early on, get up to 3 or 4 base saturation, and commit and be hyper aggressive with like a hatched based a lair tech army. And I can see here having some struggles defending. We'll see how our players do decide to open up. We shall see. As I mentioned before, herO, he was letting us know in the lobby chat that he hasn't really played this patch yet, this version of the game, so he's very inexperienced. Hey, he made it to the finals, despite that inexperience, but we'll see. We shall see. Let's go. Can we Gamma? Yeah, Gamma's on. No, there we go. Here we go. Okay, we're going to be settling in. When it comes to what kind of changes will be influencing this dynamic and this matchup here, there's quite a bit to it. Now, what I will say is that before, as we're going for a bit of a link flood early on, Jesus, we're investing a little bit harder here into early ling aggression. We have, what, 12 lings on the way? Geez, sorry, 10. So 10 lings are on the way. SHIN, he will hide the majority of the lings to move that across the map. He reveals only 2. So here is unaware. herO did open Zealot first. Remember, it was Nexus first. Nexus first into early Zealots. He will fully wall off. And again, this was a big investment from SHIN. We'll see if it pays off. As so far, herO does fully wall. So herO should be fine. We have more lings moving out. Stalker's almost done. And we do get some decent damage on the Stargate at least. Do we force a cancel? No shot. No shot. Oh, the Stargate. Stargate does get low. And okay, only gets low. Stalker does arrive, and herO, he defends well. So far, a better start for herO. This was a big investment from SHIN, and so far it has not paid off. But winding it back here when it comes to the patch itself. So when it comes to the more extreme first version of the PTR, we did see a lot of defensive play from Protoss because it was so expensive to build up into a gateway composition. As we've already seen earlier in this broadcast, I will say that gateway play is now much more viable, as it went from 50-50 to morph in warp gates to 25-25. So that has allowed for Protoss players to be more active and aggressive. And I was very impressed by Geralt when he went for hyper gateway aggression against Yang Yakov with the strength of the new pylon. For those that are, again, curious, pylon or stalker aggression or gateway aggression is strengthened because of the pylon. The pylon no longer has slow warp-ins. Now the pylon has a much faster warp-in without the gateway. So you can reinforce with your army, you can reinforce with a proxy pylon that much faster because you no longer have to wait for a gateway to actually get across the map and to set up your proxy location. So we have seen some successful gateway aggression coming into the new live version of the game, but I don't know if herO said himself he hasn't really played with it too much, so I don't know if he's willing to play around with it. I don't know if he's willing. For now, faster third expansion. Stargate opener into the third base. We're waiting for the Twilight Council timing and whether or not we go for a forge thereafter. Meanwhile, I would say that SHIN has invested quite heavily into these Zerglings. They haven't really done much, and this has been hurting the economy for herO, as herO is rushing Tempest. So if you were watching the PTR, if you were watching GSL CK and some of the other PTR tournaments that we were hosting on our channel, you would have seen a lot of Protoss players do this. What is the rationale for this, and why has this been more common? The rationale is because of how expensive it is to get into warp gates. I will still stand by saying that warp gate is now more accessible than previously in the first version of the PTR, but and we can already see here, oh, hero's being cheeky. Fleet Beacon, he gets scouted. Because he gets scouted, bam, Forge and Twilight Council. This looks like we might just go for a Mothership rush into maybe even early charge or early blink. Yep, just Mothership. So we're going for the Mothership rush. The Mothership, honestly, the timing of the Mothership here, if SHIN, because he scouted the Fleet Beacon, if he goes for an all-in, if he cuts workers early and commits to breaking the third base, the Mothership can defend and shut that down, and then SHIN will be in a really rough position. So we'll see how SHIN reacts. He can scout though. Oof. This is where the production of herO is hurting him, right? Because the Fleet Beacon got scouted, initially you should be thinking, like a Tempest rush or a Carrier rush. But because the Stargate was thrown down here, SHIN sees, like he just scouted the Stargate, he knows nothing's being built. So this is where the early game building plays, and now he rescouts. Yeah, you can see. He rescouts the Stargate, he sees nothing. So he knows that it's a fake out. Jeez, he almost kills. Oh my god. So again, the early building placement here is hurting herO. Behind this, we see more roaches amassing into Roach Hydra. We can see that SHIN is not ignoring his kind of ground army and roach setup against a gateway composition. It is going to be +1 in charge. And herO is switching to his ground composition, which SHIN is going to be ready for. He's going to be ready for it. Gateways are coming online. I do like the overall idea here from herO, like the idea of trying to fake out your opponents and try to force an overreaction. I do like that. It didn't really pan out, but I like the idea behind it. SHIN does rescouts. Mothership is revealed. SHIN is building up his Roach Hydra. I believe there is a Temple Archives. Yes, okay, there is a Temple Archives, and Storm has begun for herO. And we'll see if herO can break through. Like, herO is building up a very committed ground army. A lot of gateways. Immortals are on the way. High Templar, Storm. The gateways have yet to come online, but soon herO will push. It's a pretty hefty army. Now, something important to bear in mind as well that we should, that I feel like is easy to kind of gloss over, is the increased amount of resources in the main base, in the natural. It means that a lower base count is much more viable. It sustains you for a lot longer as well. So the idea of herO staying on 3 bases like this, usually in the live version of the game, the main base will be starting to mine out. We'll be already getting through like 2 patches here, like 1 patch here, but the main base and the natural are still full. Like, they're still full of resources, so you can still stay on a 3 base count for a lot longer. You can sustain yourself and have a much more efficient economy. This is new to this version of the game. I feel like it's easy to overlook this, but oh, very, very nice contamination. But it does mean that 2 base play and 3 base play is stronger on this patch. SHIN does move in. They're rid of the middle change. Oh, never mind. Was that a part of the shadow fix? So never mind. Sounds like they rerouted it. I'll take you on your word for that. As Roach Hydra does move in, does snipe the expansion. Very nice pickoff. Oh, snipes a robo. And at the same time, herO does pop off across the map here. 10 drone kills. Oh my god. Yeah, 10 drones going to be going down. Catching up some units, and SHIN has to race all the way back home. So not a bad run by here from herO, but he did lose his 3rd. He lost the 3rd expansion, so SHIN will soon max. He'll soon max out. He'll soon build up. And we're going to be heavily reliant on Storm here. Heavily reliant. We have 9 High Templar. I'm getting flashbacks from Geralt versus Young Jakob, not going to lie. Because we also had 9 Templar there as well. Shin, we'll see how he does engage. Hold on, I'm gonna quickly open up the patch notes because I just taken for granted the idea that they push through those changes, but if that isn't the case, I'm gonna have to double check. Oh, nice storms. Yeah, nice storms on the Hydras. They coming from behind. The high tempo are exposed. Ooh, we will tank those storms. 0 storms left. Mothership just barely maintain himself, and with that, herO breaks through. Yeah, herO breaks through the main army. Storms did connect. Archons morph in. And can he keep going? herO. He's gonna keep pushing. He does have to keep going here. Roaches, they try to engage. We have 4 immortals. Oh my god. Yeah, heavy immortal count roaches. They cannot engage, not like this. They get punished by the immortals. More zealots have arrived. Do you have a pylon? We do. Yeah, we have the reinforcing pylon, so faster reinforcements. Does get across the map. And with that, herO, he's done it. With that, herO, he has broken Shin, breaks through the expansion, takes down the mineral line as well, and herO snowballs out of control. Ay, ay, ay. As he cannot be stopped, and GG gets called. herO, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. herO, he will take a lead in the series. Again, herO's able to just build up on 3 bases and mass up that heavy immortal storm army. I was feeling that Shin would be able to shut down that 3rd base and engage ahead of time, but those storms were brutal. When Shin engaged, when he flanked the army, it was a decent concave. He took so many storms to the face, and even though he did reset the High Templar count, which he did do, he killed all the High Templar, he forced the Archons, he still lost so much in the process due to all those storms. And with that, herO just snowballed. He just snowballed out of control. GG, well played. With that, herO does take game number 1. GG. GG. As we... Oh, okay. When it comes to the resources, so I should clarify, just in case there's any misconception in the chat. They reverted the minerals change. The wording there is very important. They reverted the mineral change. They did not revert the gas change, which is interesting. So the amount of gas per base has been increased. And the amount of minerals has stayed the same. Okay. So same amount of minerals, but increased gas. Which I don't think necessarily impacted that game, but is good to know. Shit, he was asking, why is the mothership so strong? True. Ah. There we go. Here we go. We are getting into our next game. We're going to be loading into at Attorney's Edge, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of at Attorney's Edge, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Let's go. Let us go. Does herO know that Storm has been nerfed? Storm was nerfed when it comes to its damage. That doesn't mean it's not strong, though. It's important to bear that in mind. But Storm does do less damage. Despite that, still, the Storms, they shut down Shin's army pretty hard. Like, it just... The strength is still there. Not as strong as the previous version of the game, that is true. But it's still there. herO probably knows the patch better than anyone since his income depends on it. That is, I would push back against that slightly. Obviously, much respect to herO, but herO has been known to not really dabble too much in the PTR and to be unfamiliar with changes. It's like this happened in the previous patch, if you remember, where he was unaware of the storm changes when they went live. Just for some context, when it comes to this tournament, SHIN asked herO if he had come up with any builds since the PTR when they played last, and herO said that he hasn't played the game since. Like he did not play the PTR outside of GSLCK. So I didn't play the PTR, and he said himself that he didn't really know any new builds in this version of the game. So what I should say is that especially here, like day 1 of the patch, herO's freestyling a little bit. He's freestyling, which, to give credit as well, that is also herO's strengths. Like herO, he's known for being a little bit more flexible with his play and a lot more exploratory as well. And I would say that especially when it comes to acclimating to a new patch, those are the players that are going to be stronger, right? The players that are a little bit more fluid, that are less rigid, are going to be stronger early on in the patch before the meta kind of settles down a little bit. So players like herO, players like SHIN, yeah, these two, yeah, true, are players that I think of a little bit more. Compared to like a classic or compared to like a solar. Like I'd say that like SHIN and Rogue are a lot more exploratory in their play. Solar a little bit less so. And again, comparing herO to classic. But here we go. So the total is the same, but it still mines out slower because the 1,500 instead of 900 small patches. True. Hold on. Need to just double check. Yeah. So basically, regarding that comment, so the idea that the main bases, they mine out slower is actually still true. It's not as extreme as previously. It doesn't have increased patches, but basically the smaller patches have more resources than before, so they last longer than previously. So you're able to sustain yourself and have more efficient mining on a lower base count, more so than previously. It's diminished from what the original values were in the first iteration of the PTR, but it's still increased. So our comments in the last game still had merit to them. Not as much merit, but some merit nonetheless. But good to know. Good to know for sure. They just changed some of the values around. You know, behind this, it is going to be another Stargate open out of herO. This time, the Stargate is further back in the main base, so this time it's going to be a little bit harder to scout the follow-up. Oh, as we do open up Roachwarren first from SHIN. Okay, interesting. So earlier Roachwarren, later Eva Chambers, later upgrades out of SHIN. This is a very safe way to play. It does mean that if, say for example, herO were to open up with an earlier Twilight Council, an earlier Glaive Adept aggression, then SHIN would be ready for it. Likewise, this is more signifying a Roach heavy play in the mid game as well. Are settling in. As from here, we're joining with saturating. We do have our lair on the way. Now, when it comes to this map as well, we do see both players expand here towards the southern half of the map. They're spinning on the low ground. If you recall, we did mention how the rush distance by ground is shortened if you do take this northern expansion, if you do expand at the triangular third location. Here we can work towards the high yield mineral patches instead, the gold base. Meanwhile, once again, fast fleet beacon here out of herO. SHIN does commit into early Roach aggression, and I'm curious what the plan is with the lair, as we're still taking gases. German taxi. Okay, German taxi. We're going to go for a Roach Queen all in. We're not going to fully saturate the third base. We just have some light saturation here, and we'll see how hard this hits. Bearing in mind that here, ooh, double Stargate. Oh god. This might just be a build order win, funnily enough. As we're going for the all in, as here is rushing Tempest. He's actually rushing Tempest this time. Oof. So the German taxi is coming. We're setting up with the German taxi, flooding across the map. Richard, yeah. It's a German taxi pad. Does get spotted ahead of time, but behind this, again, herO. The production's going to be hurting him more than helping. Oh, does force the early unload. Okay. Does delay. Does force the early unload. herO, he has a little bit of time here to set up all his batteries, but these are still late. He's throwing down all the batteries, and remember, when it comes to his tech, he has no blink, he has no robo, he has no immortal production. The production itself is hurting him. He's going to Mass Oracle as a reaction to this. Yeah, a bit of a panic. I mean, what else can he do? He has delayed. He has bought some time. Oh, we commit? Oh, good. Yeah, he commits to the Shade, and they get surrounded. Adepts are going to be shut down here. Crazy Shade out of herO. He will lose every single Adept. Ay. He has no battery support for his adepts. We have 6 batteries, but what are we helping here? I mean, I guess the Mass Oracle. Yeah, we focus on the queens. Meanwhile, the batteries are being focused down. They're putting in a lot of work. The batteries, happy. Every queen falls to the Mass Oracle. Does he hold? No shot. The Mass Oracle, he's holding. herO. How many oracles do we have? 7 oracles. Despite the crazy shade, which I do stand by that being a mistake, by the way. This would have been a stronger hold with all those adepts. Would have been a stronger defense. But the Mass Oracle is holding. Ooh, nice round. Yeah, nice round on the Stalkers. So Ling drop into the main base. We have the reactive warp in. And more importantly, we have more oracles. We have more oracles on the way as well. Lings, they might be able to snipe the Philly Beacon itself. Mothership's already in production. And the all-in has failed. The all-in at this point has failed. We have more Lings into the main. They will kill the Fleet Beacon. Yeah, the beacon goes down. The Adepts get surrounded as well. Behind this, SHIN, he drones up slightly. He gets up to 55. So he drones up from 43 up to 55 workers. That is still under 3 base saturation. And we're going into Mass Hydra. Second wave, second all-in. So here comes the second wave. Oh, SHIN starts to drone. SHIN, he does start to drone up. So it looks like SHIN is going to try to macro out of this. But SHIN is miles behind. Again, herO has a stronger economy, the stronger worker count. The 4th base now on the way, right next to his 3rd. Lings, they try to pick in. But it's going to be a rough road to recovery here for SHIN. It's looking rough. Now, SHIN, he did make a wave of workers, but he only made an extra, what, 4 drones? So droning up to 59. Still droning up a little bit more. But only a little bit. It still feels like he's going to commit. Like, there are some workers on the way, but he's still staying on a very low drone count in the grand scheme of things. Still under 3 base saturation. Now, what I will say that's going to help SHIN with this all-in is that there's no splash damage, right? There's no storm. There's no storm. There's no Colossus. So Mass Thing Hydra can pop off. Army gets spotted. Oh! Okay, the army is spotted. Hydra speed is still going to get done. Oh! It clear because no detection! No shot! No detection! Oh god! The cloak pops off and every Hydra goes out. Ay, ay, ay. No detection. The mothership is crazy. GG. GG, well played. No detection, papi. Ay, ay, ay. GG. And herO, he shuts down the push. He shuts down the all-in. And herO takes a 2-0 lead in the series. No shot. GG, well played. SHIN, again, the lack of detection in the mothership did kind of slip his mind. Slipped my mind as well, by the way. Like, I was hyper-fixated on dealing with the oracles. Now, I don't blame SHIN, so winding it back a little bit here. Remember, what did SHIN do? SHIN, he sniped the Fleet Beacon. Remember, he killed the Fleet Beacon. So, in my mind, I'd have to double check, but I don't think that SHIN actually saw the mothership until it was revealed. In his mind, it's very possible that he thought because he killed the Fleet Beacon, he denied any kind of mothership, right? And he wouldn't have to worry about that. And then, bam, it gets revealed, and it's like, oh, so that just shuts him down. So, I believe that's the rationale for that, is that SHIN was unaware of that because he had killed the Fleet Beacon earlier, and then gets caught with his pants down. GG. GG, well played. No. But here we go. We're getting into game number 3 here, and we'll see. We'll see if SHIN can make a series out of this. Is this a new strat? I've never seen a Mass Oracle army. As a reminder, herO was being all-in. It was a Ling Queen all-in. It was a German taxi. And herO, because he was already going for it, herO saying, I've used all the builds I prepared. SHIN saying, such a hard game. But very quickly, remember, because herO was blindly going for a Tempest Rush, like remember, he went double Stargate. The plan was not to go into Mass Oracle. The plan was going to like a Tempest Rush or a Carrier Rush. But because he was stuck with double Stargate, and because he saw an all-in coming, he was forced into Mass Oracle because he had no other tech, right? He had no Twilight Council, he had no Robo. So the Mass Oracle was a reaction there to herO, from herO to the all-in that was happening. And this goes into what we mentioned at the beginning of that game, if you remember. We spoke about how herO is a very flexible player. That's a good example of that, where herO was kind of stuck with a subpar setup, which should have been killed, by the way. Like, going double Stargate, Fleet Beacon against an all-in, that should get you killed. But herO, he was able to scout ahead of time, react with what he could, throw down all his batteries, and respond with Mass Oracle, and was able to shut it down. Impressive. An unorthodox defense, but hey, you know, you work with what you got. But here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of the Old Sun Temple, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself, down heavily in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1, leading the series 2-0 and 1 game away from claiming the series, saying that he's run out of builds. It is herO. Let's go. Now, does herO know that that Warp Gate is not as bad as it once was in the first iteration of the PTR? Curious. Both builds, of course, have been a little bit reliant on heavy fleet beacon play, mothership play in both Game 1 and in Game 2 as well. We'll see if he goes for another fast fleet beacon or if he does something different. Eyes on herO. Let's go. As for now, we do have our hatch gas pool. SHIN does take the unnatural natural. Did herO block? He did. Okay, so herO did block him. Very quickly here, welcome to the Old Sun Temple. This is a 4-player spawn map, but both players scatter each other immediately, and this is close spawns. Horizontal spawn locations, so short rush distance by ground. This does mean that now we have a bit of a shorter distance to traverse, and aggression can be favored here. SHIN was forced to take the unnatural natural, expanding away from herO because he was not aware of his location initially, and we'll see how herO does approach this from here. We've been seeing some heavy roach play out of SHIN, Game 1 and Game 2. Game 2, of course, we saw the German taxi, we saw the attempted all-in out of SHIN. Coming to Game 3, we're expecting something more standard. We'll see. I'm expecting like mid-game aggression, more so than anything. Shout out to the Tuna. We go. As it does poke in, disrupting some of the mining. Doesn't kill any drones, but does disrupt. Behind this, another Stargate open out of herO. And again, every game so far, Stargate into Fleet Beacon. We'll see if that trend continues. I'm not too fond of the idea of seeing that 3 games in a row. Like, I feel like we've seen some diverse play with the Fleet Beacon so far in Game 1 and Game 2. But relying on something like that too heavily in a series does often get you killed at this level of play. So we're hoping for something different. Eyes are on herO. Oh, speaking of different, Void Ray. Void Ray opener for the first time at herO. Double orc into main base, getting 1, 2, 3 drones. That's some okay damage, 9 mining time. Catching out 3 workers for 2 adepts. Not bad. And the Void Ray, of course, the goal is to hunt down the Overlords. Hunt down the Overlords with night vision, night scouting. From here, herO can go into a fast fleet beacon, into a carrier or Tempest Rush, or into mass Void Ray, into a second Stargate, or he can go into a Twilight Council into heavy blink play instead. The point here, though, the benefit is that herO can go for whatever he wants, with SHIN not scouting with the Overlord. He can keep it hidden. It could be something crazy, or it could be standard. The point is that it's going to be harder for SHIN to piece it all together. As here he does catch 3 Overlords. Oof. Yeah, it's going to be 3 dead Overlords. We have 1 Overlord here outside of the natural. We have another Overlord here. We have another Overlord here. So these 3 Overlords should be hunted down. Do we get a 4th? Do we get this one as well? Uh-oh. I'm assuming that it's going to be at least 3. We'll see if SHIN can hide them. It's going to be on SHIN to hide them. As hero's looking. He's looking for the Overlords. Rotates over towards the main base, so he does find the second Overlord. Remember, we still have a 3rd and 4th Overlord here in the center. And it is going to be for the fast Twilight Council. So Void Ray, double Void Ray into Twilight Council. Again, so far, unscouted. And it should not be scouted. As here is still searching. Searching for the Overlords. SHIN behind this is going to be going for the early Eva Chamber into the lair. It looks like SHIN did change his mind a little bit. Early Chamber is typically for +1 melee, but going for the faster lair here is for something more tech heavy. We might be rushing into a Hydra Den. We'll keep an eye on the lair. Ooh, does find that Overlord. That's 3 Overlords going down. And 1 Overlord survived. Okay, so 3 Overlord kills. Very nice damage, by the way. Really nice catch here by herO, catching 3 Overlords. We typically expect 1. Maybe 2. But 3 is crazy. Like, Shin is still supply block, by the way. Oof. Brutal supply block. 6 gateways be thrown down. That's 8 gates in total. That is a heavy gateway count here for herO. It looks like a 3 base, 8 gate all in. Why do we say an 8 gate all in? I mean, it isn't just the heavy gateway count on a low base count, but also no forge. No forge, no +1. Lack of setup for upgrades tells us that herO doesn't plan for any upgrades, doesn't plan for a forge, doesn't plan for a longer game. It's going to be like a Soul Train-esque all in with sentries, force fields, and mass stalker. So heavy aggression out of herO. It's going to hit very hard. And it's on SHIN to realize what's going on. SHIN, he has to piece it together. Behind this, he is rushing into the Hydra Den. +1 range into mass Hydra. His Ling's going to be that much weaker. Now, I think SHIN is just dead. Now, what concerns me here is that SHIN, he's setting up for Blink Stalker aggression. What is SHIN vulnerable against? Force fields. Like mass sentry, which is what he gets scouted. Yeah, he doesn't get scouted. We have mass force fields, mass sentry. How do you deal with a mass force field army? Ravagers. But there are no Ravagers. Specifically, Lingbane Hydra is very vulnerable to this, and that's what SHIN has. I say Lingbane Hydra, just Ling Hydra. It's going to be a tough hold. It's going to be a very tough hold. Force fields can dominate when it comes to these pushes. There's that reinforcing pylon. Does get shut down. Very nice. We mentioned earlier that in this patch, pylons are much more threatening. You don't need a gateway. Brutal position here as Lings, they cannot engage. Oh my god. Here we go. We have 2 backup pylons behind this. We have the fast warp-ins. True. There's a 4-second warp-ins without a gateway. Here they come. Here it commits. Does get 1, does get 2 sentries already. Very nice. 1, 2 sentries, 3 sentries go down. But the force fields, they zone away all these Hydras. Wasted DPS. Queen's getting sniped. Hydras as well. And that's already half the army. That's already half the army going down. But we don't have any more force fields. True. Yeah, no more force fields. Hydras, they collapse in. With 0 force fields, Hydras can dominate. They can dominate here, and with that SHIN, he's holding. He's holding on. It's still close. We're overextending. We're overextending a little bit here. We gotta respect the Stalkers. But SHIN is massing up more Hydras. And again, to lose all those sentries immediately was brutal. And speaking of, sentry does pull away. Messy engage here for herO, and we're gonna force a series. We have a series. We have a back and forth. The Hydras, they shut this down completely, and with that, GG gets called. SHIN puts a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. SHIN, he will put a point on the board. He will shut down the all-in. Again, as herO, he lost all the sentries immediately, so he only had limited force fields. I want to say that 2, if I remember correctly, I want to say that 2 or 3 sentries went down before spending their energy as well. So some wasted energy, some wasted sentries early on. Rough start there for herO. The first wave of force fields were good, but he only had 1 wave because he lost all the sentries, right? He only had 1 wave of force fields. That's all he had when it came to that push. With that, GG. GG, well played. Whew, we have a back and forth, and can SHIN force the ace match? Ideally, I want all 5 games. Regardless of who wins, whether it's herO, SHIN, I'm greedy. I want the ace match. I want as much games as possible, but the pressure is still on SHIN. Let's go. Oh, as we're going to be loading into Fear and Faith, the other 4-player spawn map. Let's go. Let us go. Yeah. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our 4th game. And again, SHIN, momentum is on his side. True. Momentum is on his side. And herO did admit himself as well. He's run out of builds. So we're freestyling, Pappy. 3 base 8 gate all in with a 2 base economy. SHIN, do the same thing again. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Fear and Faith, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg down in the series, but momentum is on his side. Can we force a game 5? It is SHIN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing T1. It is herO. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into game number 4 here. Again, herO has a 2-1 lead in the series, and we are once again loading into a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, top right, and top left. Now, a way to help when it comes to scouting, when it comes to 4-player spawn maps, is we have a monorail system. I don't know if you can see here, but all these bases are connected via this tubing monorail system. Think of monorail, think of like Futurama, I guess, like these tubes. They do connect all the corner bases to each other, but when it comes to this tubing system, only workers can fit inside. Bear that in mind. So that it's only worker scouts available here, only workers can fit inside. herO, he just ignores it and just goes for a regular scout. Does he know? He might not know that there is a monorail system for an easier scout. He just goes for a regular scout, and hey, he does find the drone, does find the worker, is aware of the spawn location. No. We also have some tubes here as well. The monorail system also connecting some of these other bases in the center and on the edges of the map. This will allow for expanding, to be able to expand here and take a 5th base. When it comes to Fear and Faith, your initial 4-base setup is pretty, do I want to say secure? So you have a high ground natural, so this base is pretty solid, to be honest. Likewise, there is no Reaper Cliff into the main. This is one of our criticisms about this map when we were judging Fear and Faith, is that there's no Reaper Cliff. To get into the main base, you have to go through the natural, so Terran scouting is going to be more difficult on this map. You will have to scout with your SCV. Like, worker scouting is going to be a little bit more paramount when it comes to getting to the bases, depending on the matchup. Likewise, you do have your low ground 3rd and low ground 4th base. They are a little bit more spread out here, and they can be more accessible. There's only one main angle of attack here when it comes to both bases. This area here is also choked up as it is split in half. So a 4-base setup is relatively secure. Relatively. Getting a 5th base can be quite difficult on Fear and Faith. Again, that's where like this monorail system helps a little bit when it comes to taking a 5th, if we get to that stage of the game. If we get there. Meanwhile, once again, we have close spawns, so that happened on Old Sun Temple. We're having it here as well. Close spawns here on Fear and Faith. Adept moves out. We're expecting a Stargate opener, but again, eyes are on herO. The monorail system is exclusive to this map, like no similar features in others. The other map that featured this was Exarch. Exarch was also a map that was a part of the top 16 finalists in TLMC, but did not make it through, which is a bit of a shame. Like, personally, I did enjoy Exarch more than Old Sun Temple. Instead of a monorail system, Exarch had like aqueducts, that aqueducts with speed zones as well for easier scouting. Bearing in mind that this can be used not to just scout, but this can be used to get a ninja base. Like, if you really wanted to, once you scout your opponents, you can send a worker to bottom right and then take a ninja expansion. So that's also something that this can be used for, or even like hide tech as well. Ooh, as we open up Glaive Adepts, okay. So Twilight Council opening not Stargates into Glaives. I'm curious if this is going to be 3-gate Glaives or if we go for a Robo alongside this as well. Like, how committed is this from herO? How many gateways? Like, are we just going to expand behind this and stay on a minimal gateway counts? This looks like macro glaives. Yeah, okay. Macro glaive adepts. Sorry, when I say macro glaives, so typically you would not get a 3rd base this quickly with glaive adepts because you get a robo, but specifically this game, there is no robo, which means there's no warp prism, so there's no reinforcing across the map. Because there's no robo, those excess resources are spent on a nexus. But I feel like usually this is done with the 3 gateways, not 2. Usually it's like 3-gate glaives into a 3rd. This is 2-gate glaives into a 3rd. SHIN, he's not aware of the expanse. God damn it, SHIN, every time. I can't look at SHIN's vision without getting blasted by Diva every time. God damn it. SHIN scouts. Big scout. Yeah, it does confirm there's a 3rd. SHIN now knows that this is not too committed. Going to safety Roach Warren. And here he will cancel the shade. Okay, does cancel, does move into the mineral line, and might get a drone. Oh, rough pathing. Yeah, rough pathing here. Here he gets locked down. Better engage from SHIN. Catching up more adepts, we shade into the mineral line, and still only trading with Zerglings. And no major economic damage. Now, what's scary here, on the one hand, yes, herO, he has a faster expansion, he can transition faster as well into a greater economy, that is true, but the ground army is going to be lacking here. We have one immortal on the way, we have a handful of gateway units, the army is very much so lacking for herO, and here comes the link counterattack. Yeah, here come the Zerglings, herO, he does warp in. Oh no! No battery, yeah, no safety battery, gets us around, and 2 adepts will fall. Yeah, does catch 2 adepts. Does he get the Stalker? He does. Stalker goes down as well. Heavy losses for herO. Late batteries. As SHIN does overextend a little bit here. He's still rallying though. Now he will get the batteries though. Does get the batteries. Does get one. That's a kill, not a cancel. Kills one. Cancels the other. And again, the reason why so much damage is being done is because of the failed Glaive Adepts. Right? Glaives did end up slowing down everything else. And they weren't quite worth it. Wasn't quite worth it. So rough follow-up. Nexus may even just get sniped. Oof. Yeah, it's gonna go down. Massive pickup. herO cannot expand. Prism is on the way. An extra gateway. And we have how many gates in total? 4? Oh, no, much more than that. Okay. It's going to be a 2-base, 6-gate all-in. I assume, I say all-in, we are getting a forge. We do have +1 on the horizon here, but upon losing the 3rd expansion, like, no shot we macro out of this. No shot. We'll see. As here, he is massing up his adept army. Yep, still committing to warp-ins. And here comes herO. The pressure's on. He needs to do damage with this. He needs to do damage. Back at home, SHIN is going for a Spire. Taking further up. Oh, here's supply blocked. Now's not the time. Here, he has a bank. He has a bank, and he just now finishes up his pylons. 3 more pylons on the way. Here moves in. And I mean, hey, this is mainly Zerglings. They cannot engage with the Adepts. Oof, does go for this round. Shows the Vials! The Vials! Oh my god, massive connections. The Adepts, they go down. So do the Zerglings, though. Yeah, Lings going down as well. Immortals are exposed, getting 1. Ooh, Prism gets sniped, and herO will lose everything. He'll lose everything here. The Immortals, the Prism, Adepts, they do shade into the mineral bases, into the mineral lines. Cashing out a couple of drones. But remember, there's a Spire behind this. There's Mutas on the way and nothing shoots up. There's no Stalkers, there's no Stargates. Spire now gets scouted. And with that, we are looking to force the ace match. Oof. Yeah, we're looking to force the ace match here as SHIN, he shuts down the army. He will lose 12 drones, and that is a lot of economic damage. And that'd be okay if herO had a 3rd. But he doesn't. He doesn't have a 3rd base, so that was not enough. If he had an expansion, if he had an economy, different story, but there's no follow-up here. Yep. As ups are being shut down. hero's trying to be active, doing what he can. Oh no, the contamination! Contamination on the Twilight Council. He's crazy. Does contaminates. With that, still limited anti-air. Mutas are revealed. I mean, he already stole the Spire. And again, this is good damage. 6 drones, but GG. Like, there's just nothing else behind this. And SHIN, he will tie up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very experimental build out of herO, winding it back What was the build? Twilight Council opener into 2-gate glaives into a 3rd base. In the live version of the game previously, there was a build that was very similar to this, but it was 3 gates. It was 3-gate glaives into a 3rd base, so you'd have some extra adepts, and you'd always have to be very careful with how you shaded, because if you would lose all those adepts prematurely, that'd be game. Because there would be no way to defend your 3rd base, you'd have a very, very shaky follow-up, and you saw that it was even more extreme here because of the lower gateway count as well. It was 2-gate this time, so less adepts, less reinforcements. Unfortunately, herO, his battery was late at his 3rd. There was no pylon battery setup, so there was a weaker defensive setup, and he lost the expansion. He was killed, or the 3rd base was killed, not cancelled, so it was a brutal loss there, and it all just kind of fell apart. herO did follow up with a 2-base all-in with the 2 Immortals and Mass Glaze, but by then it was just a little bit too little too late. He got surrounded, got locked down, Biles connected. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into the ace match. We're loading into the final game of the series, going to be loading into Sanctuary 3. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself, fighting back. Again, momentum is on his side. He's just won 2 games in a row. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Here we go. As we are getting into game number 5, the ace match here, and welcome to Sanctuary 3. Sanctuary 3 does have a rare feature, ramp. Ramp coming into the natural, so a very defendable base on 2 bases. Sorry, very defendable setup on 2 bases. Your 2-base setup is very secure. The low ground 3rd is much more exposed. Then you have the triangular 3rd, which is in a better position, but this area in between the bases can be abused. We have seen hyper aggression from Terran and TVP and Zerg and ZVP go for these big like 3-base all-ins, secure this low ground location, and then either push into the 3rd or push into the natural, whichever happens to be weaker. So this area here is going to be quite important when it comes to zoning your opponent and out positioning your opponent as well. What I will say is that likewise rush distance from 3rd to 3rd is very short, but SHIN expands on the low ground. Okay. Low ground natural base. The unnatural natural is forced out as herO does block the natural location, the 2nd base location. We'll disrupt the opener. Likewise, what I will say, to help when it comes to all-ins and aggression, slow zones were added. Originally, these weren't there. They were added after some feedback. Likewise, we also have a bit of a choke point here as well. So this does allow for, if you're aware of your opponent being aggressive, you can try to engage ahead of time and try to take advantage of the slow zones and of the choke point as well. That's applicable here. And likewise, we have here destructible towers. So you can knock down these rocks, you can wall off this area to once again buy time and slow down an attempted all-in. So there are some features here that allow you to defend, but you do require scouting ahead of time to make use of them. So that's true. If you get caught with your pants down, like, aggression can still hit very hard. So hit quite hard. As for now, we're just going to be opening up Hatchgas Pool, standard opener outside of the unnatural natural. Likewise, we will soon get our tech of choice. We'll see what herO goes for. We've seen some Twilight Council play, we've seen some Stargate play. We mentioned earlier that herO, he did say himself that he ran out of builds. We did see some cheeky builds with fleet beacons, which was very fun, of course, but we haven't seen that since. That was in game 2 and game 1. What else haven't we seen? I wouldn't be opposed to, especially on this map, say like a Stargate opener into early Twilight Council into like 3-base. Is it too out of meta going for like a 3-base 8-gate all-in with Blink? With Blink, maybe +1, but this time without any sentries, like heavy stalkers. I mean, that can work well if your opponent goes Roaches. If they go Ling Hydra, it can be harder to pull off. We'll see. For now, Stargate. Stargate opener out of herO. Going back to basics. Likewise, SHIN just droning, saturating. We'll see if SHIN goes for an early Roach Warren or Evo Chamber. That will tell us what kind of army SHIN wants to build up. Evo Chamber typically means +1 melee and a heavier Ling counts. Roach Warren into Roach Ravager. Hello. Este, herO. We mentioned earlier that, of course, when it comes to the changes being made here, you no longer need gateways for fast warpings across the map. So these proxy pylons are stronger. They are much, much stronger and much harder to scout. SHIN is looking though. No shot up. Oh my god, he scouts literally all around the pylon. He barely doesn't see it. Again, he's being very adamant when it comes to his scouting. I want to give him credit, of course. He's looking. And it is going to be the Roach Warren. Okay, so early Roach Warren behind the mineral line. No Tiva chamber. Based on its placement here, it looks like this might lead into a German taxi. That's the first thing that pops up in my mind. But we'll see when and if he cuts workers. Perhaps they do throw in the shade. So far, trading well. Shaving off all the Zerglings. Okay, so better trade for herO. Shaves those things. Has the option to reinforce. Yep, there we go. Does reinforce. Uh-oh. And again, this kind of aggression, this committed aggression isn't really seen in the previous version of the game. To reinforce this quickly. Lings like with this round. Oh, dusts around the army though. Yeah, better engage from SHIN. He dusts around. He gets 1, 2, 3, 4 adepts. Some heavy losses for herO. Shades into the main base, and he does get a couple of drones, but the body blocking. The queen is too thick. Oh my god. Yeah, nice positioning here with the queen. SHIN defends. Oh, meanwhile, the Oracle, they do hit the third. Queens are in the main base. 6 drone kills. Not bad. 7, 8, 9. 9 drones go down. And SHIN did actually keep that Roach Warren hidden, but as you can see, SHIN is still redroning. He's redroning, resaturating, Lings with the counterattack. Back and over depths. Oh, they do react in time. They pull away to the battery of the Oracles that make it back home, and herO holds. So nice defense out of herO. And you can see that SHIN, despite the early Roach Warren, no roaches. Lair is on the way. Later Evo Chamber as well. We're taking up. We're taking up into +1 range, into Roach speed. Oh, plus, there we go. +1 range, into Roach speed, in towards the mid game. So SHIN is redroning, resaturating. The game will continue. Meanwhile, herO, he doubles down. Not just opening up into triple Oracle, but we have a 4th Oracle on the way, which is surprising me. Bam. Oh, where is it? There it is. Getting up to 4 Oracles. That's a bigger commitment. Every lot of scouts. We do see a bit of a later Twilight Council and Forge into +1 and Blink. Standard follow-up. Oh, my apologies. Cancels Blink actually going to charge. Okay, earlier timing. There's going to be an earlier timing available. Meanwhile, at Epsite do shed into the middle line. 5 drones do go down. Oh, did I say 5? It's getting up to 6. 7. Oh, 7. Okay, 8. 8 drones go down. Very nice damage. SHIN having a hard time keeping up with the adepts. Spire is on the way. Oh. And thanks to the quadruple Oracle, does deny the expansion. Very nice. So in general, herO does have the advantage. herO's killed how many drones? 8. Look at the traits. 18 drones have gone down. A couple of overlords. Denies the expansion. Cancels the 4th base. This is all well and good. This is great. But Spire hasn't been scouted, right? The Spire's not been scouted. And we have no blink. It's charged. So very limited anti-air. Mutaplay, unscouted, can pop off. As it will not be blink. And currently nothing shoots up. We will soon have access to Archons and Storm and Vanilla Stalkers at least, but anti-air is very limited. Lings they do get across the map, but the last level is solid. Oracles, he wants another cancel. Doesn't get it. It's going to be close. Yeah, it's going to be very close here. The Oracle does pull away and the base is barely safe, but does get very low. And here we go. 13 mutas are on the way and herO still has no idea. Still doesn't know. herO does try to move out. Blink has now begun. I mean, hey, that's a lot of charge thoughts. We spoke about the timing earlier. +1 is complete. And he wants the queens. Yeah, he dives on the queens. Nice positioning, but 1, 2 queens going to be going down. 3. Yeah, 3 queens do fall. Zealous, they try to get into the middle line. Mutas are revealed, and mutas will clean this up. But not without losing every single queen, though. Okay. Queens go down. Hatchery as well. That's a lot of mutas. 13. 13 mutas have hit the field. And here he's trying to react. Making phoenixes. Cannons and batteries are on the way. herO did some decent damage, but alas, he's lost map control moves. They get across the map. They bust into the mineral line as well. 3 probe kills, crazy damage. Yeah, 3 probes, and they get on top of the Phoenix. Does pull away in time. Batteries are done. Okay. We have our batteries. Oof. Cashing at a cannon. The Phoenix, sorry, the meters are getting very low. They're getting very low here. Oh, the Archon shot. Oh my god. Archon volley goes off. Meters being hunted down. So far, better trades for herO. Better trades for herO here. It is how many? 8 Mutalisks for 7 probes? No shot. Crazy damage. At the same time, we have roaches. Yeah, the main army moves in. SHIN reinforcing with roaches. Stalkers out of position. And probes go down. Yeah, heavy damage here. 12 probes do fall. It's going to be a tough hold. Zealots, they do finish warping in. We're getting into some of the roaches. Archons, they tank well. Yeah, the Archons are trying to tank. 1 Archon falls, 2nd Archon as well. Down to just the Immortal. And herO does hold on, he does defend, but he will lose so many workers. 16 probes go down. Heavy economic losses here for herO. Will punish, will give chase. True. Hunts down more roaches. The pylon is still alive, by the way. from the beginning. The MVP pylon from the beginning of the game. He reinforces, he can just go. He can send it. Yeah, the reinforces that much faster. Does push in. The Immortal's on the way. We need that Immortal, though. The Immortal's coming in. And denying some of the Ravagers. Yeah, massive pick off. Ravagers are denied. There are zero meters left. Ooh, the Immortal, though. Oh, the Immortal goes down. Unable to lift in time. Yeah, it doesn't quite lift, and herO barely doesn't have enough here. I say that we have more reinforcements. He has more warpins. herO, can he do it? He's so close. He's so close. We have 11 more roaches on the way. Oh my god. More roaches being produced. Immortal has arrived. Lings are trying to collapse in. God, again, these reinforcers, they hit so quickly. Yeah, they arrive so fast. herO playing it safe. Holding back with the Immortal. Takes down the Muta. Yeah, nice lift here on the Ravagers as well. Does get 1. Immortal's exposed. Massive pickup. Takes down the Immortal. And the Phoenixes. Now it's just Blink Stalkers. Purely Blink Stalkers here. herO, he does not have enough momentum. Not enough army. It was close. But he lost up with the MVP. Pylons down. That was the heart of the army, papi. Yeah, the pylon gets shut down. Back at home, we are rushing Mothership, which is crazy, by the way. Like, we're trying to rush Mothership, I should emphasize, but it feels like SHIN, he has a little bit too much momentum. He's on 67 workers, 3-way saturation. What's important, though, is that he has been able to preserve his army, right? That's what's important, is that despite the economies being very close, if not in favor of herO, actually, SHIN, he has more efficient mining, he has a 4th base, and he's been able to retain the Ravagers. Retain the Ravagers, retain the Roaches. Retain the army. On top of that, sure, we have a Mothership on the way and a carrier on the way, but remember, we already have the Spire. We can make Corruptors. Like, SHIN, he has access to Corruptors anyway. SHIN, he has access to anti-air. And again, it was close. It was close. Casito, papi, casito. SHIN does push up the ramp. Again, there are no batteries. There are no batteries set up. The Immortal's exposed, and SHIN, he overwhelms. He snowballs out of control, takes down the Immortal, busts into the mineral line. The boys are trying to pull away. Recall back home. Mothership moves in. Can cloak. Yeah, it does activate cloak, and with that herO, he will hold. And again, I would say the herO would be in, like, he has potential with this if we didn't have such an amazing economy behind this, and the Spire. The cloak defends. Stalkers get caught. Cloak runs out. Roaches, they just keep rallying in anyway. Who needs Corruptors? Like, just everyone with pure Roach, and with that SHIN, he will break that 3rd expansion. Breaks down the mineral line as well. And eventually, the carrier and Mothership will kill everything eventually, but it's gonna take too long, baby. Too long. GG. SHIN, he will claim the series 3-2, and SHIN, he will be this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. I say this week's champion, technically the first champion of the patch. True. This was the first tournament of the live patch, and Shin, who'll be our first champion. GG, well played. We did have a back and forth, and again, here he had some very unique builds for game 1 and game 2. If you remember, Hero said it himself that he ran out of builds. He ran out of builds after those first 2 games. We did see Hero freestyling quite a bit. We saw him go like double Void Ray into like a ground switch. We saw the, if you remember, it was on Old Sun Temple. On Old Sun Temple, Hero, he went for 2 base, 8 gate all in with Blink and with Mass Sentry. If you remember, he did not saturate his third, not fully. So an earlier kind of all in, and it had potential for sure, but he lost so many sentries. There was some miscontrol there, and Hero got shut down. Likewise, on Fear and Faith, we saw Hero go 2 gate Blink into Glaives into a third. After the Glaive Adepts got shut down, he could not defend his third base. A really quirky build that, again, some really exploratory builds. The 8 gate all in with Mass Sentry and the 2 gate Glaives into a third base on Fear and Faith. 2 very, very interesting builds there from Hero, and alas, they didn't quite pan out. They got shut down. And then here we finally saw something a little bit more standard. Unfortunately, Hero, he went for a very zealot heavy style against Mass Mutas. They did do some decent damage. Hero was able to counterattack, but Hero lost so many workers, who was forced into the all-in. As Hero was distracted by the Mutas, Roaches, they took down the mineral line at the third base. If you remember, 12 probes went down, so Hero was forced to counterattack, forced to all in, and it was close. It was close. He almost broke that expansion, but last again, Shin, he had more efficient mining, he had more reinforcements. GG, well played with that. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Shin for claiming the series. Shout out to Hero for fighting back and making a series out of it. Once again, this patch is very controversial for good reason. The PTR was pushed live very quickly after the second iteration. I will say that a lot of changes were made to this patch. Some changes that I kind of glossed over and I didn't really get to embrace. But when it comes to the resources, when it comes to the lava spawn rate, I think the lava spawn rate is right now like the biggest issue. Obviously, there are some people that are very adamant about the worker start change for sure. But when it comes to the balance of the game, the lava production rate is kind of like one of the bigger things that's currently impacting a lot of Zerg versus X matchups, Zerg versus Terran and Zerg versus Protoss, as they have like a faster kind of growth into the mid game and into a later game as well, with faster droning, with faster army production as well. And depending on testing, of course, and depending on how things pan out, I can see a world where Blizzard steps in and they adjust this. I'm sure that they're probably going to wait a little bit here for some of these events to pan out. We have heard that because there are some big tournaments on the horizon, like Homestory Cup and Masters of the Game, they might even make a mod, like a 12 worker start mod instead. Or sorry, I say 12 worker start mod. They might make a mod which is just the previous patch, because the worker count isn't like the biggest thing, as I mentioned. Like there's other factors at play here, so they might even just do that just to play with a previous version of the game, which would be crazy, by the way. But we have had situations like that where we had to use mods to, like, quote unquote, like fix the game or play a different version. The big notorious one is the Cyclone. Remember, the Cyclone was bugged for a long time, and tournaments, ourselves included, we were running an event, or running our events with a Cyclone fix mod. So that was a thing for like almost a year. So stuff like that has happened before, but we'll see. We'll see what happens when it comes to some of the other tournaments, and we'll see if Blizzard does eventually step in to patch the game after, of course, some testing and after we get a little bit more experience with the mod. I'm curious to see how that does all pan out. I should also mention as well that I said this earlier, my belief is that we probably won't get any kind of major changes. If there were to be a patch in the future, it's going to be like bug fixes, because again, right now the current game is very buggy, so I can see a lot of bug fixes on the horizon and potentially a lot of like number changes. But I feel like the foundation of what the patch is probably going to stay there, in the sense that they're probably going to stick with the low worker count. They're probably going to stick with the changes to like the ghosts, and changes to like the High Templar, and changes to things of that nature. I can see them messing around with some of the numbers here and there for sure, like the lava spawn rate, or maybe the cost of warp gates, for example, things like that. But I think for the most part, they're probably going to stick to like what the core foundation of this patch does entail. But we'll see. Regardless, we shall see. No, excited. I really wish they would revert the 8 worker start. I don't think the as I mentioned, as I was alluding to earlier, I think there are other things that are like worse than the 8 worker start. Like in my mind, like the larva change is like a more impactful thing that's like obscuring other like aspects of the game and making things a little bit harder to test, at least in my opinion. There we go. There we go. Oh, just catching up, man. All I really want is all-ins from hidden pylons. Yo, that pylon was the MVP that last game. Did a lot for herO. Did a lot for him. But otherwise, the lava thing is a direct change to adjust the starting workers. It is. I think we spoke about this earlier. Just to make things clear, the reason why the lava change was implemented was to allow Zerg players to keep up because of the lower worker start change. But if you recall, we mentioned that that to me at least it feels like this was a change designed to help Zerg in the early game, whereas Blizzard didn't really foresee how it would impact the mid to late game as well, like the rest of the game. Like they didn't. If it looks like they didn't fully understand what they were doing. Like to put that the nicest way possible. Like it looks like they didn't understand how it would impact everything else. They were just focused and fixated on trying to fix like a certain aspect of the game, and then it changed so much more. And they're like, oh god. So that's kind of like the vibe that we get, which is it doesn't feel good, like seeing Blizzard potentially make a mistake like that. And they did pull back on it, if you recall. Like the lava change was faster. It was like 9 seconds. They moved it to like 9.5. It's still quite fast, but they did pull back on it a little bit at least. Do you think the range of the meta will increase? It's difficult to say. Like so I think the biggest problem right now with Protoss matchups is that we have only had like 2 days of testing the 25-25 resource change for warping in a warp gate, right? I think that's one of the bigger issues right now, is that we have had so little time with that change specifically to fully understand how that impacts. For example, like I haven't seen much like mid to late game TVP, and this is something that is going to impact that, right? It's like, because when it comes to Protoss players in the previous version of the game, gaining map control, dominating the map, of course, building up an economy, and being very gateway centric, a change like, you know, extra cost for the warp gates is going to impact that, right? It's going to impact all like warp gate like base play from Protoss, and it is going to slow that down at least a little bit. And is it going to be enough? Hard to say. Maybe not, maybe so. But like there's a lot of aspects of the game that we have yet to really experience or see, because we've had so little time with it, right? Like we had a bunch of changes added to the game like 2 days ago. And then bam, they push it live, and we haven't had time to test it, so we just don't really know. And again, like because of the lava change, like we're not seeing a lot of those changes either. I think another example is the ghost change, right? The ghost is different from 3 days ago to 2 days ago. The ghost has been nerfed a little bit because of the strength that it had in late game ZVT. We haven't seen any late game ZVT in these past 2 days, right? Like we haven't been able to see if the changes to the ghost are good or not, right? If they've gone far enough or not. Like we just haven't been able to test it because we just went live with the patch, right? So it's hard to say with any confidence how the meta is going to change or how it's going to develop with such limited data at the moment, because we had so little time with PTR2, right? PTR2 was with us for like 2 days, which is crazy. So it's hard to say with certainty for that specifically. After watching this tournament, I'm much more hopeful about the patch. I agree. I agree. Like, I think, honestly, so I know there's a lot of doom and gloom about the patch, and I fully understand it. Like, I I'm very much so on board with the idea that this patch is undercooked and it went live too soon, but I appreciate how a lot of the diversity that we saw in this tournament and how herO performed, and even how ByuN performed as well previously, with a lot of builds of choice. Like, but again, a lot of this is because like people still don't know like what works and what doesn't work, and there's still some perceptions about the play as well. Like, for example, like ByuN was going for a lot of hyper aggressive all-ins, which kind of fell in their face. But I feel like a big reason for that is because of how strong the lava change was previously, and I don't know if it's as strong now. And it's, yeah, we just need to see more games. I think the hope for me is that we do get an update to the patch once we get a better idea of what works and what doesn't work. But at this point I might be too hopeful. Like, for Blizzard to push the patch through after 2 days, like it doesn't bode well, right? Like, it doesn't feel good. Like it feels like they're rushing things. It feels like you get the impression that Blizzard doesn't care, right? Like, to do something like that, like that's the impression you get, right? For them to push a patch after 2 days, like it doesn't feel good. So I definitely understand some concerns from the people. I'm concerned. Yeah. It's PTR 2 and then PTR 2.5. True. 2.5. But regardless, with that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the time being, and you know, despite the concerns that we have for the current state of StarCraft, I'm hoping that you know, Blizzard are able to step in and have like a patch that can maybe like fix some things or change some things and pull back in some way when it comes to certain aspects of the game. That's our hope, Bappy. That's and of course, constructive criticism, like in like Reddit or other places where feedback is collected, is always advised. If you come in saying like StarCraft is dead, I'm not going to play this game, then it's just not going to listen to you. So important to be concise, be constructive, ideally. But with that, going to be wrapping up. With that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the time being. Again, if you want to tune into more of our content, we should be live tomorrow morning with the Pickers Cup. Let me just quickly, bam, open that up. Shout out to ByuN, of course, for winning the raffle. And again, congratulations to SHIN for becoming our first the first champion of this patch, of course. First champion, true. This week is going to be very busy. So Wednesday, we have Pickers Cup. That's going to be in around 11 hours time. We have the podcast Wednesday evening, and we have ByuN Cup. And ByuN Cup is going to be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. For those that are unaware, ByuN Cup is a Legends event. It's going to be a big, massive tournament, a group stage into playoffs, featuring innovation, impact, featuring fantasy. Neeb is coming back, Scarlet as well, Sue, I want to say Dongrei-gu, I think DRG as well. Oliveira is going to be there. A bunch of players, a bunch of old school players will be arriving. Trap is going to be playing. A bunch of retirees are going to be returning for a big event in China, and we're going to be casting that in English throughout the course of the week. So again, 4-day event, a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft. Again, it's obviously very nostalgia based, and don't expect the highest level of play, but at the same time, it's also a new patch and a new map pool. So you know, I want to say that a lot of players are kind of exploring StarCraft at the moment anyway. So when's a better time to return to the game and have a Legends show match like this? So again, that is going to be later on this week. Do look forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. That's what we're going to be fixating throughout the course of the majority of the week as well. Meanwhile, I'm a little bit on the fence about Pickers Cup tomorrow morning. We'll see if we have time in the morning. We should be able to cover it though. Should be able to. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up. Here we go. Gotta be wrapping up. Conspiracy theory time. Blizzard Incurn is Yoshi moonlighting, and he's trying to recruit Protoss to play Deadlock. Oh no. True. But with that, we're going to be wrapping up. Going to be wrapping up here for the time being, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for Pickers Cup or for the podcast. The podcast is our weekly talk show where we talk all things StarCraft. Also, I should mention that up until for the past couple of months, we haven't been casting Kung Fu Cup or What Is to Be Monday live. That might be changing soon, though, where we're going to be covering some of those events live just to get as much experience on the new patch as possible. So look forward to that next week. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao. Ciao. See you next time, and enjoy yourselves. When it comes to other tournaments that are not CranKy Duckling related, again, we have the Tuna Cup later on tonight. Let's see here. I think that's it. Am I crazy? Because we had Monday Night Weekly last night. We have What TV Mondays last night as well. Yeah. We'll be wrapping up. So we'll see you guys next time. Oh yeah, right, true. Master of the game is going to be this weekend, and might be on a mod as well, which would be crazy. But we'll see you next time. Until then, ciao. Happy ciao. See you next time.